we're live. How's everybody doing out there? Took a second to get ready. Thanks for sticking around out there. We're waiting for us to get going. Let me go ahead and it's over to here.
What's up?
So let's go ahead and do this. Yeah, it's good to finally get to roleplay some. We've got our little I'm having a technical difficulty once again with the browser. It's great. It's always fun to have to deal with. Alright, so anyway, let's go ahead and get into the actual meat of everything. So well met, I'm Cynical, and welcome to my channel. This, all around us here, is Chronicle, a custom Mongoose Traveller 2nd Edition campaign set in our version of the OTU, the original Traveller universe, or also just sometimes people call it the Third Imperium. We're all a bit new to Traveller, though we're getting kind of used to it now, and we're using a few optional rules, so if you see something you don't recognize, that could be part of the reason. Maybe you'll even be able to help us with something. Because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, though, we'll mostly just be focusing on the game, and so if you don't get a response right away in chat, just know that we really appreciate you being here and taking the ride along with us on this journey, taking part in Chronicle. So everyone here is welcome. Feel free to chat, but let's keep it civil. So let's go ahead and get into the important part. These are my friends. Together we're carrying on what is now a decades-old tradition, because we're old. That's basically what that means. Of us playing RPGs together. We call it CoFH RPG now. That's CoFH RPG, because our group is called CoFH. So anyway, let's go ahead and take a moment to introduce our players. I've introduced myself already, and let's talk a bit about their characters. So just when you thought it was safe to roll the dice, steps in my longtime pal and proficiently prismatic player, Lord Venom 1. Tell us a bit about yourself and your character.
Hey guys, I'm Lord Venom 1. Gamer, programmer, longtime fan of science fiction. Happy to be playing Traveller. This is really my only social media, so I'm glad to be here. I played Dixon Matthews. His sort of first life was on the planet of Tarkeen as a detective. Went through some cases and trials there, where he got his first good look at humanity, at least from that context. And he is now changed gears and has become a traveler, during which time some things have changed and some things have stayed the same. So he is taking it as it comes. Now his job, now that we own a ship, he's he's excited about that. He's obviously feeling the pressure of that mortgage, and is interested to see how things go from there. But he's excited. He's liking the day-to-day and having passengers to interact with and all the hustle and bustle. So
awesome. Nao, Tommy, and Jogs Terran, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So moving on from there. Following that, it's my good friend and a fellow member of Screen Room and a streamer in his own right. He's been streaming a bit more recently on his own channel. It's MadCow234. Why don't you tell us a bit about yourself and your character over there?
Hey, yep, I'm MadCow. So I am streaming on my channel right now from writer's perspective. If you want to kind of see where I am hanging out in the medical center right now, just kind of chilling in bed, trying not to die. We do Screen Room on Sundays and Wednesdays here on Twitch, so come hang out there. But as far as writer is concerned, kind of wanted to be in the Navy his whole life, right? So he tried out, didn't make it, so went to the Army instead. A little bit easier to get into. It's the dice. And so he got in there. Then he left and kind of drifted around for a while because he tried to go in the Navy again and it didn't work. So drifted around. Got in an accident, lost his eye. Met Roman. who kind of gave me a nice fake eye to make sure I could blend in a little bit better. Not anything cool, nothing cybernetic. Nothing cybernetic. Right, because he's a doctor, not an eye dealer. But that's kind of where we met, and then
in the alley one night.
and then I finally got into the Navy, and had an incident go down there where I left, and because I got a call from Dixon, who's kind of wanting to go out and explore, become a traveler, and I just had some shit go down, so I was very ready to take up that call and pilot for him, and that's kind of what we've been doing. I called up Roman, and that's kind of how we started getting together.
All right, I heard a crazy sound outside. It sounded like a car crash. That's why I was like distracted for a second. I live in a downtown area, so that's very possible. All right, so next up, my Nakama from Another Mama. It's Society Streams, also a fellow member of Screen Room and an independent streamer. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about yourself and your character?
Yeah, what's up, everyone? I'm Society, writer, designer, all-around artist, but also stream with these guys and my own channel. But in this campaign, I'm playing Roman Bor. He's basically just a traveling physician who has, through a series of unfortunate events, found himself on some bad times and received a message from his old acquaintance, Ryder Young, who played a pretty... It was a short but impactful meeting between them. The incident that Matt Cal had mentioned with me helping him with his eye, he just was incredibly positive throughout the whole situation, and so that was something that really stuck with Roman. And I think so when he got that message that they needed a doctor, it seemed like just the thing to get him out of that slump. So I find myself with these guys and gals.
Yeah, and gal. There's one gal right now. And speaking of which, last but not least, lurking in the shadows ready to strike, we have Psycho Cough, one of my oldest friends and a moderator not only for this channel but also the Screen Room community. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about yourself and your character a bit?
Hi there, I'm Psycho. I'm a gamer, and that's about it. I moderate for a few of the Twitch channels here that Cynical mentioned, but most of that is just games, both video and tabletop. And my character is Sterulia. She's the oddball of the group because she's an alien. An Oslon, kind of like a feline featured alien. They actually start their traveler career younger. So she was only 14 when she left home and became a merchant. She ventured around on a corporate trade vessel for 12 years, and then that fell out from under her quite abruptly. They lost the ship, more or less. And of course, along the ways, met up with Dr. Bohr, and through him got hired on to be this cruise merchant, but also their engineer and astrogator, a lot of roles, basically the boat's XO. And speaking of mortgages, like Venom mentioned, I am very worried because we have 28 days to come up with 260,000, or might get the boat repoed. So we'll find out.
Gotta catch us first.
So they
That's
mentioned
why
that.
we got the fastest, most expensive ship to outrun the debt collectors. I keep saying this.
They are talking about things that have happened since the introduction of each of their characters. For a moment there, we just talked about the introduction of each of these characters and kind of how they came to know. But it should be noted that these characters have been together for months now and have done multiple jobs together and have purchased a ship. We're now in season 2, a ways into this campaign, so it is interesting to note that like some of these things have like some of the things you talked about kind of have like begun to shape up into other kind of side narratives and stuff. It's very interesting how a game so random as this, like a game that's like so based on like tables and stuff that I'm not predicting or are able to like guide super heavily, can produce its own narratives and things oftentimes for all of us involved. So that's just a cool note there, especially when you take into account like maybe you do run some canned adventures and you throw them in the middle of that, but like that doesn't necessarily just, if that's like a one-shot thing in the middle of a thing, then that has its own little ripples that stretch out. But the interesting stuff is when those ripples hit other pieces out there that you didn't know about or didn't like have planned, and that creates a completely dynamic narrative for everybody involved, including the referee, as it's called in this system, or GM or DM. So anyway, let's go ahead and get into the intro, I think. Unless there's anything anybody else wanted to add.
My calendar says 87 days that we've spent living together.
87, there you go.
Nice.
Yeah, but you literally lived like feet away from each other.
Yeah,
right?
within
Mere
each
meters,
other's
I should
personal space, basically.
Yeah.
Season 2 has been one long jump.
Yeah, season 2 is the shortest amount of time that's passed, because in season 2 it's just been right after their purchase in Flammarion, where they bought the ship and are now headed to the Asseltine system. And a jump takes about a week, so they've been dealing with a bunch of stuff
That
while in
first
jump space in this week. So that's only a week
great.
time. But yeah, it's been 4 sessions in that 1 week. Yeah,
It's like a real life week.
it's pretty interesting.
We bought a ship and they threw in a whole mess of trouble for free.
Exactly.
It definitely came with this motherfucker. Oh my god.
Welcome to ship ownership. To the intro.
The descendants of humanity. Trillions of lives scattered among the stars. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans were transplanted to those stars by an elder species, long since extinct, whose ruins now dot thousands of worlds. In the Terran year of 2088 AD, jump drive was first discovered by scientists in the Sol system. Humans from Earth traveled to the stars and found them crowded with life, both strange and familiar. Discovering their ancient brethren transplanted among the sea of stars. 3,526 years later, we stand at the height of the Third Imperium, in what we now call 1105 IC on the Imperial calendar. A feudalistic union claiming thousands of worlds, governed by their local nobility and operating largely free from oversight, restricted by convention and feudal obligation alone. Power and wealth are controlled by feudal lords and mega-corporations, titans plotting for control and funding secret wars. Slipping through the cracks, we find the free traders, travelers, and vagabonds, taking what work they can find in order to stay free and keep flying. We follow one such group, trying to get by on the fringes of known space, where life is cheap. A ship will bring you opportunities, and a weapon will help you hold on to them. This is their Chronicle.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us here on Chronicle. We're about to get started with our episode, our session proper. How do I set my drink here? I got my glass is so huge, it's one of these giant ones. Alright, there we go. So anyway, let's get to the recap, and feel free to add any other details that you guys want to this, but I don't want to go all the way back or anything anymore. We've kind of done that the last two times to account for, hey Gerbo, what's up, dude? We've kind of done that the last couple times. We've gone
Turbo.
at the beginning of season 2. We went all the way back to what happened in season 1, and even some of session 0, to explain how we got here and all that. And last time, because there was a big gap in between the episodes, we had to we kind of had to do that a little bit again. But this time, I'm just gonna move on from where we were last time. So if there's any extra details you feel need to be filled in, just go ahead and do so. But let's get to that. Almost done with your journey to Asseltine. Now, anyway. Our travelers have had to deal with strange alien life forms and a number of psionic phenomena on their 1-week journey between these two locales. Ryder is now in the med bay from grave injuries that he took from one of these creatures. And then, while in the med bay, had to deal with a risen bioform of some kind from some of the experiments being done by Roman and the rest of the crew to try to discern what was happening here, all while being locked in there with their pet, I guess I'd say pet, Mishka, who was also gravely injured as well in the med bay. But Ryder was able to kind of help deal with that, get his flechette pistol out. And it didn't take long before others showed up. But it was not as capable as it first seemed when it crawled its way off of that med bed. Med bed, yeah. Yeah, those words rhyme. Med bed. After dealing with that and the storage of the troubling material, let's call it, in the main airlock, then mutating, adapting, becoming something else before your eyes, a study of this strange biology's life cycle it's undertaking, understanding the interactions between UV and IR light spectrums, as well as its multiple forms, how it's acted on a cellular level. There's been multiple experiments done. They used electricity from one of their stunners, or at least some form of it, on a airlock door to try to remove it from the door specifically, and that did seem to have some effect on it as well. But a study of the strange biology's life cycle has been committed to, specifically by Roman Bohr here, Dr. Roman Bohr. And some progress has been made in that. Steruya jerry-rigged one of the low berths in order to compress liquid nitrogen. And you had gathered just enough to provide a few nanoliters to Dr. Bohr over here, who could then begin some experiments on the samples that he had collected. A delicate and intensely watched by the other members of the crew experimental procedure later, and we saw a nano syringe introduce a small amount of the liquid nitrogen to the microscopic form of the creature, changing it from opaque to now clear, like translucent, essentially, like typical microscopic life that you might expect to see in your slide, and now allowing the nano syringe to pierce its membrane, where once before it would not, showing its mass to have increased proportionally as you were able to extract it and measure it with the nano syringe, but showing its mass to have increased proportionally to the amount of IR energy absorbed, indicating that on some biological level, this creature is conducting a simple form of energy to matter conversion in a similar process to photosynthesis. And that's where we ended the session, with this kind of, in some ways, tremendous scientific discovery, and in some ways kind of terrifying, because it shows that this creature, while you did recognize that it's not very likely to have been manufactured, it is intensely alien, but mirrors and parallel some forms of life that we have seen, specifically like algae and stuff like that. It's very very resistant to any form of energy that you saw. You kept dumping energy into it, and then you can see it has that seems to have just increased its mass very slightly. That's all that seems to do. It seems
Even
as though they
fire.
even fire, and it seems to store that mass as potential energy to be used, or part of some other part of its life cycle. So that's where we'll go ahead and pick up, because the last thing we did in the session was Roman Boar literally looking through his microscope and making that exact discovery. So, but I am gonna, now that the danger has settled down for the most part on the ship, I'm going to lighten it up just a bit. But the danger is let's just say ever looming. A, because you're in space, but B, because inside that airlock we have 8 enormous egg-like structures ready to hatch. I say enormous, I mean like enormous for an egg, because they're like watermelon size. So.
Big for an egg.
Pretty big for, well, I mean, I guess because we're used to chicken eggs, but yeah, pretty big for an egg. Put this
I
down.
keep envisioning the
Most eggs.
eggs
Yeah,
pod things from the
not like
Gremlins.
dinosaur eggs and stuff though.
Gremlins? I
That's the
don't
wrong
remember what that one looked like. Because I just keep seeing the aliens pod.
Oh, yeah,
Because
you-
we've been watching aliens.
Yeah, you posted that picture the other day
Yeah, I put that in notes on Discord.
in Discord.
Yeah, I did
There
see
we go. That was the right one.
Very poddy. Alien egg pod shaped.
Yup.
All right, so let's go ahead and move in character and see what our travelers are doing. Let's go ahead and, since that was the last thing that happened, we'll zoom right in on. If this works, it did work. We'll zoom right on in on Roman Boar here in the med bay with Mishka and Ryder. Roman, you were looking through this microscope, and you have now measured the mass. You're passing things back and forth between your instruments, and the realization does dawn on you from that last roll you made last session that this is some form of energy to matter conversion that this thing is doing biologically, and that leads you to a further conclusion that this life form is very alien, like potentially from much further away than you had thought before. What do you do?
I look. Ryder and Mishka are the only ones in here with me at the moment.
Well, this is after all the stuff is settled down, so anybody can really be where they want to as long as somebody's piloting the ship. And Steroid was doing that. So
Yeah, I'm on the
question- I
bridge.
don't know where Dixon's at. He looks like he's right outside the corridor here, but
Holding it down.
Okay.
Down. Alright.
Extreme prejudice.
so you're just watching the airlock,
So-
make sure nothing's coming through.
Shotgun at the ready.
I'm gonna have like
I mean, this door
Clip.
can be open or closed here at the med bay if you wanted to be able to.
Laser carbine,
See.
actually.
I bet you
Laser.
can do
Don't
that.
use lasers.
I'm gonna like clip everything I've seen if I can, like
Okay.
the reaction to the liquid nitrogen and everything like that.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna like throw that onto the big monitor in the room, so like anyone can see it. And I'm also gonna throw it onto my my pad and just have it. And then I'm just gonna watch it over and over and over again. And I'm gonna like take a shot out of my flask.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna look at Ryder, I guess. Do you see this, Ryder? Do you know what this means? Cause I fucking don't, man.
Of course I know
I'm
what
gonna
this
take
means.
I'm gonna take another shot.
You moved that stuff from the microscope to the TV. I know what's happening.
Okay, discoveries aside, our ship is really fucking cool. But this is a new form of life.
What?
This is nothing like anything anyone's ever seen, as far as I know. I've never seen anything like this. I've never heard of anything like this. This is converting light energy into physical matter. I have no idea how it's even capable of doing something like this. But I just saw it do it.
What the fuck?
You literally measured it at the atomic level.
I mean, that means that thing could cover our whole ship.
What do you mean cover?
If it grows from the light. Fuck.
Shit. Where did it originate from? Why didn't it already do that? Do not
It had to
regular
be
overhead
somewhere
lights
dark.
are not enough for it?
Oh, like special lights to activate it.
I know it was affected from infrared, especially, but it seems to really react to ultraviolet as well. Like it seems to hunger for that one the most, as far as I can tell. Why would infrared cause it to do that? I'm afraid to see what ultraviolet would cause it to do, to be honest. Oh,
I hear that brain moving.
these things seem to be doing something very similar to what this Wells passenger can do.
You think they came from the same place?
No. I think they're quite opposite, actually. But very similar in function.
Opposite but similar.
If infrared caused these pod-like creatures, these pods on the wall that we saw. Oh, I don't know if you know about that. Oh no, he saw it. I think because we put the GoPro.
He's been watching it the whole time.
Yeah.
He's been watching.
All right. You saw these. So, those pods look very similar to the things that were inside of these crates. And I know for sure that these bug-like things came from these crates. From the pods that were in these crates. So I think it's safe to assume that infrared light initiated the reaction that if infrared and ultraviolet are on opposite ends of the spectrum, I feel like it may have different consequences to this life form. Which is very similar to algae, I will add. It's like a plant more than anything, and Dr. Wells is a cactus. I don't know why I call him Doctor. Mr. Wells. He's a cactus.
Okay, I'm not sure what a cactus is, but
A plant?
okay. Make them fight each other.
Well, they did. Wells kicked their fucking ass. But
Oh, okay.
but
Yeah.
not, it took a lot out of him. I don't know how much energy he is able to. I have an idea. Is there like the infrared light, or not infrared, the ultraviolet light that I was using? Is that like something I can use? Can I take that to Wells's room?
I mean, it's just like a little light thing that you have set up
Okay.
on your counter there in your lab. So I mean, yeah, you can pick it all up. It's not like a tiny like flashlight, but it would be like
Okay, that's.
it'd be like picking up a
didn't think
VCR
it
and carrying
was.
it up there or something.
I don't want to shine this UV light on Mr. Wells's cactus. Let me see here. I'm gonna. Roman's still like, I'm trying to figure. It's like crazy. It's a new form of life. It's really crazy. Like that's. Roman's pretty fucking. He's trying to deal with what's going on the ship, but also like that's pretty fucking crazy. But yeah, I'm gonna go on the intercoms then, and I'm gonna be like, yeah. Anyone who's not piloting the ship, I guess, can you come look at this for me, with me? I just need someone else to see this.
Any one of our many, many crew members.
Which would be, yeah.
Other than the
Obviously one
pilot,
person.
please. Please
But
go.
I'm not sure who's flying.
I assume
Y'all can trade.
you're not doing that on the passenger. You're not saying that on the passenger deck until the passenger.
Yeah, no. Definitely fucking not. Yeah.
Definitely not.
Hey, attention passengers, we've discovered a new life form.
Life form, please come to the observatory deck.
And there will be some nice big chicken for dinner later.
So what did you say over comms?
I basically was like, I need someone else to come look at this.
Anybody
'Cause
who's not on the
Everyone on
Find
this
the
deck
ship.
is in earshot of you. You don't really need comms if you're excluding me on the bridge.
It's true. Only person. Not-
I don't know
Here's
where everyone
Yo.
is.
Yeah.
How's Roman
Yo,
gonna
what
know
is
where
it?
he is?
And he's been staring at
Oh,
the
hey.
this whole time.
There you are. That was fast. Can you look at this real quick? And then I'm
Yes,
just
you probably
gonna,
like walk over to the door and hit the button and start talking into it, and then like as you're speaking, like Dixon just pokes his head out, or
Right,
something like
yeah.
that, and you stop halfway.
Yeah. Like, oh, hello.
Freeze, come back. Oh, sorry. No, it's just you.
Freeze,
Yeah, what is
come
it?
back.
Yeah. I need you to look at this, please, actually.
What
just
is
to
it?
make sure. And I'm just gonna have it on the screen. I'm just gonna look at it, and it's. This is one of the sails we took from one of these things.
Yeah, the slime, yeah. I remember. What do you see? You're obviously better at this stuff than I am.
Yes, that's the problem, I guess, is. So, the way this thing reacted to the liquid nitrogen, it shed its coloration, and what remained underneath was similar to like a plant algae cell, something organic, natural. But at this point, it was basically perceptible to things. Like I could get a sample from inside its core at this point, and when I shined the UV light, it reacted similarly as it had before by going for it, but it exploded itself on the side of this thing.
Yeah, the rest of them did. You extracted the stuff from one of the cells. And you had a few of them, and they all smashed themselves against the side when you did that.
Killed themselves because
As though
they
they
couldn't-
like, yeah.
They had no protection at this point, whatever that was. Me and Steruya, we shined the infrared light on the stuff in the airlock,
Yeah.
because I
yeah,
thought
was
it
there.
would have an opposite effect, because it seemed to really want UV light. So I was going to give it what it didn't want, I guess, the opposite. I maybe should have tried to taste it, but we went and shined it on there, and it made eggs. And those look very similar to the eggs in the cargo, do they not?
Yeah, I think so.
So it's safe to
All
assume
related
that.
somehow.
And Ryder mentioned that this thing has a capability. Basically, what this life form can. This is a brand new life form. What this thing can do is convert energy into matter. It's unheard of. I have no idea how it does it. Similar to photosynthesis somehow, in a weird way. But Ryder brought up the point that it has the capability of taking over the entire ship if it wanted, right? Why hasn't it done that?
Well, let's make sure we don't feed it any more energy. What?
If
How long do we
infrared-
have, Doc?
What? Till what?
Till that thing gets enough strength to get out of that cargo hole or that
It
airlock.
consumes us all.
I have
Well,
a couple thoughts.
We
like
all
this
got.
is-
Once we're out of drive, we can jettison this motherfucker, can't we? We just gotta
It
hold
might
on.
be dangerous, but safer
Well-
for the interim. I believe Steruya has her idea of the liquid nitrogen would actually make it vulnerable, and we can dispose of it ourselves. But this brings up the idea of Mr. Wells in my mind. He seems to be a plant as well.
Yeah, he's.
I want to
Cactus.
He said something
Cactus.
about. Yeah, he seems to be linked to these things, or he knows more than we do. But we
You-
can't count on him right now. He's gone.
I have an idea for that. I think that if we shine the ultraviolet light on him, he may recuperate quicker.
It's a thought. I mean, he's a smart guy, though. You think he would have brought that up himself?
We never asked.
I mean, you can give it a shot. But yeah, this liquid nitrogen's got to be our backup plan at least. I think it's still in there charging.
Let's give him some UV light. Let's see if he can come back.
So I'll say
Maybe,
this, since you're presenting all the evidence that you found here as a scientist to an actual investigator right now. So this is like a guy who's dealt with forensic. So he's dealt with scientists. He's
Okay.
right, and he's
Actual
Bit of a
investigator.
scientist myself.
and you're an actual scientist, right? Who's investigating an issue here. So I would say there is a lot of overlap here in how you would handle this. So I'm going to create, well, I already did it, a task chain. So if you go to your task chains, you'll see an available task chain.
Pop up actually. Yeah. Science.
So I will need roles from each of you to complete that, and we can see, and we can move from there to see what you can glean from that.
We are sharing the task chain, so obviously.
Yeah, a task chain doesn't have to be one person. It can be multiple people in a
Cool.
group. Like, for example, there were
That's
I was using task chains when you guys were in the volcano arc, when you were people were doing the explosions,
Right.
and you were
okay.
reading sensors. That was a task chain.
So, ooh, I get to use my new skill.
Oh, that's true. You do get to use xenology, and that is new to you.
So, and it tells you education, and it tells you average. Dope. Oh, I can't
you
set my difficulty.
No, you don't need to. You just drop it right on the. You just drop it right in the result thing, the roll
Oh, okay.
from your skill, and it'll handle it.
Boom.
All right, that's a success.
Nice.
That means you got a. Next one has a DM modifier too, so that's going to be.
Oh, killer
Oh,
roll.
exceptional
Nice.
success plus 7 effect. Holy balls!
Listen, Doc,
We
I know
are
how you
a
guys
fucking-
operate.
We're a team, dude. Are you
guys
kidding
gotta-
me right now?
I know you're excited by this thing, but you gotta focus. We need the facts here. Right
Listen, I've never seen anything like this before in my life.
now. No, I get that, and it's gonna be the last thing you see if you don't pay attention.
You're like pulling the drink away from him, like trying to get him to like.
Yeah, I'm definitely
straighten up.
fucking. I like can't control how much I am ingesting at this moment.
Just the facts, Dixon.
Oh my
That's what I call
god!
him.
What the fuck? A +9 effect?
Oh, we know everything about this alien.
Oh, you guys dominated that task chain
Oh.
way harder than I thought you would. Okay.
Listen, the way that this thing turns energy into matter
You
is
rolled a
unlike
fucking
anything
17 on
anyone's ever
2d6. Just think about that. He rolled a 17 on 2d6.
You can figure it out, Roman.
Give
You're
wavelength,
the best doctor
wavelength
in the land.
462. Then
I know Ryder's is
they're gonna,
watching this.
we're gonna get a law butler for the rest of the campaign.
Wow. Okay, so hold on, let me think about what that much.
Ryder
Any
just
effects
sitting there watching this have like a fucking.
I hadn't planned on
brain
having
moment.
like +9 effect or something like that would be an option. But that's fine. So like,
Would have never made it if it wasn't for my moral support, though.
You never met.
You're
If Ryder
like
wasn't
watching
rooting
the
you
screen.
on from his deathbed, you never.
Should have made a leadership
made
role.
okay, so I'll say that you do a pretty excellent job
Oh,
of presenting the evidence to
Interesting idea.
to Dixon, Roman, and then Dixon, you will have been
How's that work?
kind of helping to logically arrange some of it, and like kind of straighten this up, and like look at this from the perspective of this being an actual investigation, using the evidence that you have found outside of the microscope and tying it into some of the things that have been found under the microscope. And Roman, you're able to kind of tie all that back together with what you know about regular biology, regular algae, life cycles, etc., like that.
Birds and the bees.
At a cellular level, this creature is very similar, but not until you brought it below a certain temperature, in which case it wasn't able to maintain this stasis. And when that happened, and it just kind of converted to this normal microbe, which was still alive, but in this almost torpor-like shape. The IR and the infrared and the ultraviolet, the light spectrums, corresponded to different behaviors, different types of movement, but they, and this is important, also corresponded to the life cycle itself. They ate one, and then the other triggered reproduction. The second stage of life of this life form isn't a mass, it's the creatures from the eggs. It isn't this sludge pool. They have multiple stages of life, but that means that they need to come into contact with something. And what's very interesting about their form is it absorbs lots and lots of radiation of almost any spectrum that you threw at it. And it seems perfectly capable of surviving in a vacuum in that form. In fact, that might be where it evolved. You're able to draw a few lines here and there between this thing's actual DNA that you've now examined through all of your the usage of all your tools here in the lab now, the time you've spent on it as well. And while it's very, very, very alien, it does have DNA. Actual mitochondrial DNA, just like you would expect. Which suggests, despite how alien it is, it might be related to some kind of panspermia. Meaning it might be related to the ancients. It might be part of it. It might be the thing that seeded life on other worlds that are similar and have DNA structures itself. It could be older than the ancients. It could be a creation of them, or something they just farmed. It could have been their food. You don't know, but it suggests a a relationship that you would not have expected for something so alien, a biological relationship. But it also tells you that A, it will survive in space. B, it has at least 2 stages of its life cycle. And C, it's reactive in those stages of its life cycle to the type of light that it is able to find. At the first stage that you've spent the most time examining under the microscope, it is a microscopic life form, but it coalesces into large masses. In vacuum, it may do a little bit less of that. You see that when it moves, strangely, as it's exposed to different forms of light, that might actually correspond to some kind of other movement in vacuum. It's hard to measure something when you're in gravity, or how it would react without gravity. So through all of that, all the discovery that you've done and the success of that thing and the +9 effect, I will go ahead and tell you that, and give you like the piece of this clue, this light bulb moment for the both of you. You won't understand it until you turn the gravity off and study it. And that's all you're going to get off that test, Jane. +9 effects, so that'll give you a lot.
You mean
This
the
form
gravity?
of life it's very old. Gravity. I'm sorry, why is that a light bulb? Why is gravity the light bulb?
He's saying we need to turn off the ship's gravity.
I know, but
And
like
then
I
see
haven't.
what happens.
Because of how it
Based on
moves
the way
in
it's
gravity.
acting with the different
Yeah.
under analysis.
You're able to discern that this is a life form that probably its natural place to live is in space. And now it is
Okay.
stuck here in gravity. So you're not going to, as a scientist, you would know, hey, I'm not studying it in its actual environment,
Right.
or even
Gotcha,
a close
gotcha.
analog to that environment.
Makes sense now. This is not a. Alright, let's
Gotta
Normally,
give it a shot.
normally it would be in vacuum and without gravity.
Right.
I wish, for the first time, I'm wishing that old bastard upstairs was here with us.
Well,
Captain?
Old beast.
You heard that? We need to turn off ship's gravity. Is that alright with you?
Well, I don't know if we need to turn it off. It's giving it what it wants.
Yeah, but I trust you, Doc. I think we'll learn more.
I mean, that's not what a conclusion I came to. Conclusion I came to is that we're not studying it in its natural habitat.
Yeah.
So like, that seems perfectly fine if what we want to do is kill it.
I think we need to know more about it.
Do we though?
Like how to kill it better. Without
We know how to
ruining the
kill it.
ship.
Is there a place we can remove gravity from one room?
No, you have to be
Without
out of
venting
jump
it?
to you have to be out of jump to do it, first of all, because your jump drive has to be off. 'Cause that's the thing that like helps you generate the gravity.
Fair enough.
This life is incredible. This could be the birth of all life.
Let's hope it's not the end of ours.
I believe if we give it its proper environment, it very well could be.
Well, you got another couple hours to figure that out until we get to our destination, right? I guess in the meantime, let's make sure it stays in that hold.
No problem, Roman. You got a couple hours to figure out everything about a brand new alien life form. It's easy.
I mean, if all trying to accomplish is to kill it. I think we figured that out as much, but I feel like preserving some of this is essential for the understanding of life itself. But the proper way to preserve it is beyond me, I feel like. Would there be some sort of like vacuum tube thing that doesn't let any light in that I can just like keep some of it in?
I mean, you can do that today, like in real life. You can make a cylinder and pump all that air out, and if the cylinder's made of metal, it doesn't let light through.
I would
Put
like
a camera in it and observe stuff if you want to. But you're not going to see anything if the camera doesn't have light to see.
kinda. Oh man. I mean, I don't know what else we really want to figure out other than what happens if we feed it, which I'm all for finding out, but in a safe environment, I don't know even what would be safe, to be honest.
Exactly. We're gonna have to make a hard choice once we get out of hyperspace.
I will say this too, because I did kind of gloss over this. The movement inside the petri dish that you had. Remember when you had like a tiny speck of them in there? It literally moved the petri dish when they were tough. That was a microscopic portion of them still, right? That was only a few cells. And so the amount of momentum and motion that's put out by that is a tremendous amount. So you have a few clues there as well. But I'm not going to give you those answers. but I will say that those are also oddities that stand out. Scientific bits of scientific mysteries.
Definitely able to. It can store more energy than it uses and expel that energy, it seems like, in one single force. Like it.
I mean, if we do the wrong thing, it's gonna fuck some shit up.
It has the capabilities of becoming very powerful.
Poke a hole in the ship. That's
It
what
not
you're
only
saying.
converts energy to matter, but energy into energy, I guess. It can store it, condense it, and then strange.
What's it have to do with those insect creatures anyway? Is it all the same
Well, it's
stuff?
like, yes, the stage is like a tadpole, right? It's the insects are the frog. The eggs are the eggs, I guess. And the ooze is the tadpoles. It's just in the other order.
I will say this, Dixon, you also do, because of that task chain, you also do see the second stage of life he's referring to, the eggs. They've always adhered to something, right? Because you've been there every time on the eggs. They've always like glued themselves to a actual physical solid surface when those have formed. There's never been just a free floating egg.
I think we need to get it in some kind of field so that it can't take root.
If its natural life cycle is in space, what would it have taken root on there?
Maybe it may float until it gets to some kind
Finds
of
one, a purchase.
a planet or a ship or a rock.
And then what
It's
stores
basically impervious
energy?
to any amount of heat and radiation. And it converts
stores this
heat and
energy
radiation
until it-
energy into mass, and then it can use that
Has enough
mass
to
to
do.
output some other energy.
Propulsion, perhaps. Imagine big, ship-sized globes of this
Is the insect the last stage? Is it the only form it takes?
Maybe it's a weapon.
You think it is like consciousness?
Who knows what that
Like
even
it
means,
created the
but
weapon to defend itself?
No, you spread this stuff through a system. It's used. The whole thing's a weapon. You shoot it
I don't.
through a system, and it clings on and releases these insect fuckers to give you a bad day.
Referee, everything I saw, it was like 100% organic, right? Like,
As far as you can tell, it's not an engineered life form. If it was engineered,
right.
if it was engineered, the science behind that is so advanced and far beyond your understanding of this kind of thing that it would just appear like a normal natural evolved life form anyway. So it's possible, but like from your perspective as a scientist, this seems like a completely organically formed life form.
if it were the case, it would seem someone found it regardless, and they used it intentionally. If they used it intentionally at all, this thing could have been drifting through space for eons. And like I said, this could be the origin of.
At least
all
it doesn't look
life.
like it's built, right? A dog is
It was
an
not
organic life form, but you can train
constructed.
that, so it doesn't mean it's never been interacted with. But
Doesn't seem tampered with.
Farmed as a weapon. Either way, so you think you can stop it? You think the liquid nitro is all we need?
I believe this. It must take too much energy to conserve the heat that it just can't, and then it's vulnerable. It has some sort of. It must use energy to convert the first thing into some protective shield. It's weird. Why would it do that? I mean, for protection, but
It knows.
it's just so
It
alien.
may know we're fucking with it. Defense mechanism.
Well, we could go in there and before we have to get out of jumping, we could probably take care of it. Liquid nitrogen and some lasers, pew pew, or projectiles.
What?
Maybe
Does that
no
get rid of it,
lasers.
or does it splatter it everywhere?
Punch it. I mean, it seems to not be able to maintain its form, so it's like the cellular membrane just crumbles.
So we freeze it and sweep it up.
The ones in the petri dish are like eviscerated still, right? They haven't reconstituted.
the ones that like smash into the side.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't. I mean, they're like literally. It's literally like if you took microbes and smashed them, they just became like jelly. Like
Okay.
they're dead. They're like completely destroyed.
As far as I know, this kills
Just
them
floating
dead.
in the solution or whatever now.
But did it kill it, or did they lash out? And what happens if a whole bucket of that does that to our ship?
It did not lash out. It was looking for food.
It didn't do that movement until you exposed it once again to the
UV. And so it was trying to get to it, and there was a barrier.
Okay.
a bug.
No,
on
we
the
could have
shield.
shone UV light through the hole of the space door, and it'll come in. Just pump. Yeah, it's a good idea. Let's do this. I also do think we should give Will some UV light. My friend back home grew some really incredible crops. But I have this machine. It's very large. You take it to him if you'd like.
The what machine?
It's like a UV light
Okay.
overhead projector type thing.
Yeah,
Well, it's
I
like a
can run
light,
it up there.
like a knob for different spectrums and stuff. So
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'll run it up there.
probably not a knob. Probably like a sliding kind of holographic.
A
display or
knob.
something. But well, maybe a knob. I mean,
Touch-
there's They still use knobs and stuff on things. Just
To be sure that
levels.
it's in the right place. Yeah. But I show Dixon where the UV is. I make sure that
Yeah. Just set it up and I'll see what happens. You want to
you just flip it
on the plant, you say, right?
Yeah, the little cactus that's in there. He told
All
me.
right. I'll give it a shot. I'll let you know. And I'll shoulder my shotgun and grab it.
Okay.
And then I'll work on,
About the size of a
I
VCR.
guess, I'll work on it on the administration method of the liquid nitrogen, I guess.
Okay.
Or
I'll lay here in the bed.
I'll go talk to Steteria.
So you only have
Oh,
a few cells left that haven't just smashed themselves, and from your original sample that you took, that you were testing liquid nitrogen on. What I do want to ask what you were doing with the remains of the bioform that was in here.
Oh man. It died when he when he shot it with the flechette.
I mean, it's like pieces. It's like smashed up in pieces and stuff.
Are they moving?
Every now and then, like there is like a muscle tightening or something like that kind of thing.
Alright.
Y'all been walking through that dead lady this whole time.
I mean, we said you cleaned it up, but we didn't say where you were putting it or what you're doing. But I need to know now.
Didn't we put it in the airlock?
With the stuff, it was reacting when the airlock was happening, so you weren't opening the airlock at that point.
I guess technically we can throw it in the airlock now, if you'd like.
We're not opening that fucking airlock.
We're going to have to if we want to get liquid nitrogen in there.
In the meantime, we need somewhere to put it.
Well then, I look for a bucket.
Put her in
It's a little bit bigger than a bucket. It's a
medical bucket.
whole human body of size. So.
A large bucket.
a tub, if you will.
Perhaps a barrel.
Like one of those buckets from Viscera cleanup.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
sloshy.
So yeah, you can clean it up. It is, like I said, slightly moving or whatever. But it's not really like it's moving. It doesn't react with any kind of. It doesn't react in any kind of way when you like move a piece of it or anything like that. It's as though like some of the cells themselves are still alive or are acting like they're alive or something like that, right? But it's not as though the body is alive, if that makes sense.
No, it does, yeah. So it's like whatever's inside of.
There's no organs or anything. Remember, it was just a hollowed out. It was basically a human body. It had a brain, but everything below the neck was just like hollowed out, empty. The bone structure was intact, but in the middle of the body, the bone structure had been converted into something that was much softer and more pliable, like almost like cartilage. And you like vivisect the shit out of it, right? You sawed it up and stuff, and were like taking it apart and giving it a full autopsy as best you could figure anything out. But now you have, and then it later woke up and crawled onto the ground and kind of like slopped around, and Ryder was freaking out and shot it. And you get the idea.
What the fuck? So like, what is the form of this stuff that we saw? It was like a black, like fluid, like when it was like on the before we shined infrared light on it.
Yeah.
The like
Yeah,
bugs like
when you
melted into the.
When you collected the sample, it was from the black, like ooze,
Yeah.
basically, like a goo, an oil-like substance. It looks like it moves around, kind of like the thing that killed Tasha Yar in Star Trek, but like
The black goo.
Yeah. I'm like, what? So like, did they like take over this person that
But
was
when
supposed
you
to be
examined
on
it, you could see that black goo was all microscopic. life forms, like
Yeah.
a big algae colony.
I don't even need to examine the body to know that that shit's in there too. What's weird is that they seem to react to what was happening in the airlock. Like it's of one mind.
Where are
I
you
don't
doing
know.
this thinking out loud?
Guess I'm still in the med bay, but I said I
Looks
was
like you're
coming
in
to
the med bay.
you.
But you can go wherever you want. It's up to you.
But yeah, then Cynical's asking about the body parts, so
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna put all the body parts in a tub that like is sealed and like hide
So
it
you're
away
sitting
from
there
the
thinking out
darkness.
loud, pacing like, oh, I should go somewhere else. Turn, look, see the body, be like,
Yeah.
oh, I need to clean that up.
God damn it! And then I'm talking and Ryder's in there too, so
Okay, so we'll say you have you got all these cabinets and stuff in here. You have a full
Yeah.
set of med bay. So you pull out like a couple of these big, tall, like plastic buckets that have like
Yeah.
tight sealing lids on them, and you take the body parts that are separated and stuff, and put them in them, and seal the lids, and then put like a piece of stripped metal tape across the top and mark them as biohazard. Oh hey, thanks for the follow there, Crit Ribbit. Appreciate it. Oh, it's a
It's a
raid.
raid.
Thanks for
Hell
the
yeah.
raid. Yeah, it's popped up on the raid.
Perfect timing. We're killing
Yeah.
bugs.
Heck yeah, I appreciate the raid. You're
Or
killing
they're killing
bugs.
us.
Are we? Are they killing
Are
us?
we?
Or are they killing us? Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely am gonna put the remains of this corpse into these buckets and put it in out of light so it can't get any more energy as best I can. And then
Okay.
I look at Ryder and I say, "Call me if anything troubling happens to that." And I like gesture towards the cabinet. And I will
No
go to
problem.
Steria. Alright.
I got it covered, and I like pat my flint pistol.
I'm gonna go update Steria on what's happening. I need to think.
Oh, you're kind of moving fast.
This, yeah, cool.
Really
Steria.
busy.
Door opens. How goes it up here? You'll never believe what I discovered.
So you
All
like
is
cleaned
well.
yourself up some too.
Yeah. So those things, those creatures, is a form of life I've never encountered them. I don't think anyone's encountered this life as far as I know. I've never heard of it before. These things on our ship right now, they seem to have multiple stages of life. And they all seem to be triggered by the same, like, they have the same mind. Because the ones in the airlock were reacting to the ones in the med bay. And they seem to have taken over the person that was our passenger somehow. This thing lives in space too, and it converts energy into matter. But your idea will kill it.
Well, that's great. However, I don't think we're the first to encounter it.
No?
It's on our ship. Got there somehow.
I mean, technically, this could be the oldest form of life out there. This could be the seed of all life.
Could also be a weapon.
Doesn't seem engineered.
Engineered, no, but still weaponized. Like a tech dog.
This is true, I guess, but it's such a thing that... I just saw your thing in the Ryder, that's funny. It's such a thing that it may be too hard to control. Like, the risk might be not worth it unless... I mean, maybe not. It is beyond us, I guess, at this point.
Well, You don't control a bomb or a missile. You just send it on its way, and it does what it does, and kills everything it's pointed at. This could be like that.
Base is a very large place. I don't think the hit your target would be. With a massive tar flying through space. How do you... Why would you?
It didn't end up on our ship as goo. It came in the passenger that wasn't a passenger.
Mary something.
I forget her name. It's on the logs.
Larson.
But their
Is
target
this
was
random?
Wells, I believe.
You think they were here for Wills? Well, I guess
believe
obviously they ran straight to his room. Multiple stages of life weaponized. Tech dogs. It makes sense. It makes sense. That's pretty... Are they able to... There must be a stage of life I'm not understanding, or their consciousness is much more than I'm giving them credit for.
What did Wells call these things?
What did he call these things? Brood creatures? Brood creatures?
Might be something to that.
I did have an idea about Wales giving him some UV light, maybe because he seemed to be out of commission since the encounter with these broods.
Well, his
What?
real form seems to be that crystal plant that he carries,
Right,
but
yes.
I don't know if UV would work on that.
If these
What was that,
creatures
Venom?
have anything.
I'm up. I'm on the way to Wells' room with the VCR in hand.
Nice. Yeah, I guess we'll wait and see what happens with it.
Alright, so we'll just use that as a moment to cut over. It was the first brood, is what Wells called him, by the way.
First brood.
Alright, so we'll go ahead, Dixon, you're going upstairs. Let's see if I can move you over there the old-fashioned way. It's very weird about dragging you across things now.
Dragon.
See- Dragon. Yeah, see, I can't just do that anymore. Like, I used to just be able to drag you from one thing to the other. But now it's like, even the GM has to worry about the line of sight for moving tokens around. There's gotta be a way of turning that off without having to toggle the walls off for the GM. It's a ridiculous idea.
Getting down in the real world with the rest of us.
It doesn't seem to be like an option for it. Let's just do that. Not on. No idea why they would not let the GM just do that anymore. It's such a weird thing to add.
Oh, to move the players.
Enough that I've like literally thought about like posting on their forums about it, because it's like, why would you do that to me? All right, so you come up the little single band elevator holding the shotgun strapped over your back, and this UV light settings already set by Dr. Bohr up into the passenger compartment. You can see here now in the passenger common area, once again, there's not really anybody in here. They're all in their respective staterooms, as you kind of suggested that they, for the most part, stay in, and have provided some food from them out here to come, eat out every now and then and stuff in exchange, but not spend most of their time out here. And the attack that happened has kind of seemed to spook quite a few of them, to the point at which they're just kind of, for the most part, staying in anyway. And so because of that, when you come up here, it is empty. The screen at the south end of the room is on, and it's just playing Just like a like what probably would be like a bunch of different commercials and stuff. Whatever the last like big download you did at Flammarion was for entertainment and stuff. So just like one of those things on a loop. Probably lots and lots of different videos, basically like setting like YouTube to watch, and then it just keeps going through stuff, and you're like, oh, where am I at? What am I watching? So it's just some like random video about some other model of spaceship that you see on the screen down there, and you can't quite tell if it's like a commercial for it or like a documentary about it or whatever, but it's filled with these like beauty shots of this other ship, this like luxury ship. But but that's the only thing that is there to greet you when you enter the passenger commons.
All right, I will low-key make my way to Wells' room.
Okay. You open the door. You can see as you step into the space. Nothing's changed. The empty bowl of now cold, kind of not only cold, but at this point kind of congealed over stew sits there with the spoon in it. The clothes sit there flat on the bed that Wells once wore, and the screen displays the errant signals that you pick up throughout jump space, still essentially just static, with the plant now the size of a... Remember, this plant was like, when he first walked onto the ship, it was like it was covering his face kind of thing, right? Like, you had to move it around to talk around it. And when that one moment when you kind of came in here, when you weren't expecting things to be going on, he wasn't in here, and you saw the plant grow to like a much larger size for a moment. And then we even had like a sneak preview, this is out of character, a sneak preview to the audience of like the camera floating through his thing at basically the end of that particular episode, and we saw the whole of the chamber filled with this plant for a brief period of time, and then it would shrink back down, and we would and then we moved away from it. So at this point, though, the plant is about the size, and this is why society keeps calling it a cactus. It's about the size of a small like desktop cactus, the kind you would have on like a work desk. The plant pot itself that it sits in, which is just kind of like a deep cylinder that looks like it has like little purple rocks in it. Not so much soil that you would be used to seeing, but it sits about the same way soil would sit on a pot like that, and they're like really tiny little pebbles growing out of that. It looks like is this tiny cactus, for lack of a better word, if a cactus was made of crystals, and it's only really about that high now. It seems markedly shorter even than the last time you saw it.
Hey Wells, if you can hear me, I'm gonna try to give your plant a little extra juice.
Okay.
And I will set up the VCR somehow to shine on the plant.
Alright, I'll say you grab the table next to the bed and kind of drag it over next to the screen so you have somewhere to sit this, and aim the projector over on the plant, and make sure you didn't bump any of the knobs or anything, so everything's still set the same way. And turn it on. There's no roll necessary. It was all set up by Dr. Bohr, so you turn it on. And it does fill the space with a kind of a warming light that you can feel even a little bit, but not too much. Oh no, never mind. You put it on UV, not IR.
Any notice any reaction?
Nothing that immediately happens. It is.
I hope that's
it is like kind of. I mean, because it's a crystal, it does kind of capture the light in an odd way as it shines on it, and it looks, kind of like a pretty sculpture. But that's about all you get from your observation.
Hope that's the right thing, boss. I'll be back to check on you. And I'll grab the bowl of food and walk out.
You walk out with the bowl of food now. The stew now congealed, closing the door behind you. Bring it to the galley, I assume.
Yep.
Clean out the bowl and set it in the sink or whatever it is, or whatever cleaning apparatuses you have in here. I imagine you have an actual, like, pretty capable, essentially like a dishwasher that sterilizes the hell out of them, like a restaurant style, since you're running a passenger ship in a way, right? Replacing all the utensils and such. Yeah, it's set up. Anything else?
I didn't see no other passengers around about.
No, you didn't see any in the commons area.
All right,
Just
then
the,
I'm just gonna
just the
head back
screen that's on.
downstairs.
That's all.
Head back downstairs.
We'll have to do this again. Just annoying. Okay. So back onto the elevator. Shotgun still slung over your back. Down to the crew deck. I have another version of support too. Deck B, we call it. But yeah, crew deck.
Over, peek my head through the hole. Anything interesting?
Okay. Yep, let me go ahead and grab this. I do actually have to roll a cam.
Uh-oh.
Alright,
They're gonna be hatched.
so that's 5 out. So then I just did. Okay, so you can see now. It is, by the way, 5:50 a.m. ship time right now. I guess I can go ahead and push that time. So at this point, you only have about 4 hours left after all your investigating and all the stuff you just did. So, looking down through the small, I mean, it really is just about that big, this hole, and you're like kind of putting your face up to it to see a couple of things. You can't see anything at all in it, Dixon. When you look through, it's like it's completely blacked out. And you're looking through this for a minute, your face right up against it, like, damn it, why can't I see anything in here? And then the blackness just moves away from your vision for a moment, and you can see the distinct markings of a carapace crawling around inside of there now. You see, it's hard to count because they're kind of big and they're moving around, and some are crawling on the ceiling and around in the space, but probably about 8 of those, well, creatures that I put Ryder in the med bay. Since you have a second, you kind of like, oh jeez, kind of like jump back a little bit when you see that that's what it was, and you were so close to one, but it didn't really react to you. It didn't seem to at all. And looking through here, you can see the bits of goo and stuff that were left have all hardened to this kind of paste and have just kind of plopped off now. It's reminiscent of the kind of waste material you saw around the eggs when you pulled them out of the crates.
Okay, so how many of these things we see in there?
Probably about 8.
Jesus. All right.
And they're like taking up, like, each one of these is like the size of like a dog, right? Like a golden retriever or something like that. So they're like, but they can crawl on the walls and stuff. So they're like covering the interior of this space. That's why it was just dark when you first looked at it, because it was just one of them was literally covering the
Fucking gross. Oh my god, dude. Spacing them is not the call.
All right, well, you go in there then with your fire extinguisher full of liquid nitrogen.
No.
Oh no!
Line of
Oh no!
firing
no.
squad.
Oh no!
Line
Now.
of firing
Okay,
squad.
now we're non.
Get rid of this now.
This you were gonna go. You were just gonna roll up and take your space trash out here.
No. You need a
This-
firing squad outside.
This firing squad, which is me with the laser and the captain with his flechette thing.
He's
Yo,
in a
shotgun.
med bed right now.
Just get him close
We'd
to
have
the
to wheel.
bed.
Yeah, we like wheel his bed like into the hallway.
Yeah.
Take me down there. Take me down
That's
there.
our firing squad.
I want
It
to
is
fight.
true. It is true, and it is worth pointing out. They do have a really nice kind of like pretty big for them spaceship that they've bought now. And as I said, it's quite a bit of debt for it. But they are they're really just 4 people with a big dog. Right? That's like pretty much the whole of their crew. This isn't like Starfleet or something. And a lot of these guys are just like doing this to try and find some freedom. It's more Firefly than Star Trek. And so they are definitely in over their heads in almost everything they do, right? But they're pretty capable people.
First time crew.
Yeah. It's the first time they've ever owned a ship. So yeah, what are you doing, Dixon? After
Me and
seeing
Saru
this?
are talking about how to do the liquid nitrogen.
Right, you guys are on the bridge talking about this at this point. This is like contemporary to that happening, I would say. So what are you doing, Dixon, as you see this in the...
I'm doing the old scooch.
All right,
The
so
old
you like
scooch of shame.
slowly back away, close
Yeah.
the doors. All right. Okay.
He just
Um,
walks away, whistling. Like, I didn't see anything.
What was this supposed?
Oh my god.
What is happening?
What is happening?
That's the craziest thing ever.
It's getting feedback somehow.
Uh-oh.
I think Venom just broke his microphone. We're gonna go on a break real quick while he fixes it. We'll be right back. we're back. Mics are all fixed up and everything. Hope everybody had a good quick break there. Sorry about the little interruption, but we should be good. So, as you were backing away from the what you saw on the airlock, kind of closing the doors as you were going, Dixon, you closed the final door there. This one does not have a window into the corridor beyond. What do you do?
Look, turn around and go into the med bay.
Okay.
Say, Captain. Quick update for you. They've gone insect again. There's a bunch. There's maybe 8 of them in there.
You still have the thing set up, so you can flip it to that on the screen if you want to. You gotta set up the camera to watch through the thing before. Last session.
They're still in the airlock, right?
Yeah. They're still in there. But
Okay.
They're just want to get you updated.
Yeah, that's
Hope they
not
stay in there. They
good.
didn't seem they didn't seem too rowdy, so here's hoping we can hold on.
If anything, they seem kind of wet.
the
Maybe
opposite
they,
of rowdy.
Maybe they just recently emerged or whatever, congealed or whatever the fuck they do. So maybe we'll see what the next few hours brings. Wells still MIA. I set the light up in there. Yeah, maybe that. Hopefully that gives them a little extra juice. No effect right away.
All right. Hopefully he comes back.
Where's the dock? Up with Bruya.
He went up to the bridge. Yep.
All right. Let me. I guess I'll go check on the gas while he's waiting for him.
All right. I'll try not to wander too far.
Yeah, you get whatever rest you can. We got it covered.
All right. So where are you heading, Dixon?
Head into the med bay, or not the med bay, the thing here. Cold storage. Check on the still.
Hello, Bruce. Oh, okay. As it's set up to run, the amount that you needed to produce should have been produced probably by about 4-5 hour mark. So you probably have like, let's see, it's 5:50 now. So you probably have a little less than an hour to go before you would have enough to generate the amount you were trying to generate before, which was enough to fill the volume of the airlock at a certain
Sorry, how long?
dispersal
You said
rate.
Another hour?
About another hour, a little less than an hour.
Okay.
50 minutes.
Alright. Alright, you can maybe switch back to Styria and
Alright, so we'll head on
Dock.
over to you guys. What are you guys doing up here? We cut to the bridge. We can't hear you.
You think we can just like pump it through the air ducts, or like do we have to get the hose in there or something?
Yeah, that's my idea. Is the same system that puts the air back into the airlock as it cycles would introduce, instead of breathable atmosphere, it would disperse this liquid nitrogen.
I think that will do. Yes,
It'll take some tinkering to adjust, but we don't have any flamethrowers or anything set up to spray, so hopefully if that's in budget, would be a good security addition.
like just some flamethrowers in general. Yes, I mean,
Specifically in the airlock.
that's not a bad idea actually. Like, Yeah. It's not a bad idea at all.
Maybe some high voltage capacitors to electrify the floor and walls.
Yeah, really fuck up that entrance. Is there like some weird space code against like traps or something on your own ship? I don't know.
No? Not that I know of.
Well then.
Although I haven't studied the
Flamethrowers
law,
on the roof.
but, you know.
I guess law is different
Pirates!
everywhere. Yeah, fuck it. No one's gonna stop us. Yeah, fuck it. I think that's a good idea. I guess,
Well, that's if we have the funds and the captain approves, but, you know.
So
that's
I would say
true.
stay royal because you're from Assel time, which is, as I said before, is rife with piracy. It's pretty common for pirates to booby trap their own airlocks and stuff like that. And there'd be like special things you have to do to get into the ship, which can be, of course, disarmed by people that know what they're doing. But also people board ships not through airlocks quite often in piracy too. They make their own. They breach through the hole, straight through the hole, and they put down a temporary airlock right on top of it and go inside. That's not at all uncommon.
traps on every square inch of the ship.
Well,
Not
I
doing it
mean-
at all.
We should have security cameras and whatnot
It's a good
spread out
idea,
through the
actually.
cargo hold so this sort of thing doesn't happen again.
You
I
can
like
run
this
around on the
idea.
outside of the ship and like magnet
At least,
and like shoot at them and stuff too if you had to.
Some like motion sensor detectors in the cargo hold.
Yes,
It's good.
we
Yeah,
definitely
some
need to increase security.
biological life form detectors. I wonder how much that would cost.
I don't want to think about that right now.
It would have been nice though to have when we left Fulmarion.
Yeah, that's like TL-17 stuff. So you're not getting.
So we should drop out of jump space at about 10 a.m.
Alright.
Will Captain Young be able to fly? Pilot?
I'm afraid not. He's got another 24 hours. Well, from now, less than 24 hours, but
About 20 hours, let's say 22.
still almost a day.
So who who flies the ship?
I guess we could wheel his bed in here. I mean, how hard is landing? You just push a couple buttons, right?
It doesn't count as rest, by the way, mechanically. So
Okay.
I don't know.
Where are we landing?
You know, we could just like hang out in orbit for a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that might be safest route.
but also keep in mind
I
that's
don't-
just where you exit. That's your transit point. It doesn't mean that's you're not going to be docking or landing anywhere as soon as you land, or as soon as you land. As soon as you get there, you're just way out in the
we're
orc cloud.
jumping again.
Right. Well, no, I mean like when you come out and jump, you're like in the middle of space, right? You're not like as
Oh, we
Way,
still have
way
to-
far away from gravity
Gotcha.
wells.
Gotcha.
So somewhere in between the orc cloud and the
But we do have to land.
farthest
because
out
we have-
planet.
All the passengers are
Yeah.
getting off here.
right.
Oh fuck.
Oh, we can't
Yeah, I
land
mean-
this alien thing.
No, we're
on
definitely not
on
landing
a
with this thing
civilized
alive.
world. Yeah.
Not an egg form.
Oh, you were already just like yada 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 and past killing this alien being. I got you.
Yeah.
Cool,
yeah,
cool,
yeah.
cool, cool. Okay.
Yeah, because we were like talking about
yeah,
like,
save the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Save the day.
this new alien being.
Little
I've never
Ghostbusters
encountered
style
before.
scene where we all just like hose it down with liquid nitrogen.
Yeah. There. Fucked
fun.
up. Our ship is so fucking gross
Suck.
already. Like,
Suck
I'm
it into
laying in the med bed.
it took 3 days. It took 3 days. Our ship is like fucking disgusting. My med bay is filthy.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do some cleanup work. Now you got some sympathy
terrible.
for the crew of the last ship you stole. You're like, that's why it was so messy.
It wasn't even that old.
yeah. Yeah, this ship's 25 years old. The last ship you were on was like 200 years old almost.
Shit. So Yeah, I wonder. We definitely can't land at least with this life form on board, but these
No,
passengers.
absolutely not.
We're going to have to make up some sort of story for like why we can't dock the passengers off at the right time, I guess. Our
well,
jump was a little off.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy. But we definitely, as far as these life forms are concerned, we definitely need to kill them before we space this out.
Yes. Freeze them, bash them with the wrench, get close to star, and jettison.
I like this idea, yes. How long till liquid nitrogen is ready?
Oh, a couple hours. Not even. But then I have to rig up the ventilation thing.
That's true. Okay. You want to try and do that now? I can stay here.
Yes, I should probably go do that, yeah.
Alright, that sounds like a good idea. If anyone can do it, I know you can still.
Okay, you have bridge.
Alright. I sit in the chair and I spin it in a circle. I take another
Okay.
shot. And I pull up my pad and I pull up the video of that cell. Again,
Oh,
I
okay,
just
like
keep
your
watching
recorded
it.
video.
Yeah, I just keep watching this.
Like in Star Trek, we immediately hit the side of the wormhole.
And then I'm gonna be like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like Romanesque, the Boar form. Yes, I like this. The Boar form.
Trying to name it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go mess with the ship components.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and since you're walking in there, Dixon, you had already kind of checked it out. You're like, all right, well, a little bit less than an hour, and you kind of went off to do whatever you were gonna do. After that, what was your plan at that point?
I mean, I don't have a plan. I guess I'm gonna lay in a bed next to the captain and try to relax.
Okay, so we'll move you in there.
Have the body on that one.
Get the body on the one furthest from him, you said.
Look over.
Yeah.
Still staring at me. Oh, sorry. No,
It's in a drawer. But it might be, you might hear it.
All right, so yeah, you're laid in the bed there, like Mishka between you and Ryder, trying to relax a little bit. Sterolia, you come in. We can go ahead and push forward to you trying to get the liquid nitrogen extracted if you'd like.
Dixon, there's a happy button over there if you need.
Right, I'm gonna need either.
Push
see.
it.
Better stay sober there, Captain, in case this shit hits the fan. But thanks for thinking of me.
Thanks for thinking of me.
Anytime, buddy.
You help yourself though, don't let me.
All right, so I'm either gonna
Mechanical?
need I was gonna say it
Tell
can,
me twice.
you either need a engineer role or a mechanic role. I think would be fine. Actually, I think maybe just mechanic for this one, for the actual extraction and stuff. So let's do a mechanic int role on this one.
And just toss that in the chat.
Yeah, it's fine with me. Chat of the tower, your choice on that. You're gonna see the result immediately anyway. That's a fail.
Oof.
All right, so but it's only a -1 effect, so you still manage to collect a bunch of it, but it's not enough to fill the parts per million volume you were trying to. Basically, it's just like the process just wasn't quite efficient enough on the extraction like you thought it was going to be, and you still got it all out of there, and it is still a lot of it, but it's not anywhere near enough to hit the parts per million you were actually trying to get. We'll have to run another cycle if you want more. Also, I will say this, because it was a failure, you do notice that this process has pulled more nitrogen out of the air than you would have expected to condense it. And so because of that, you're going to have to compensate some by doing some work on the life support systems. But it's not like it's damaged, you just need to like tune some stuff.
What about the people? Are they damaged?
No, not yet.
Well, I was using the empty cryo bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it sounded like it affected all of them.
Just the life support systems on the pod.
No, on our
on the
deck,
lover.
not them. They're fine.
Yeah, they're up there on their own thing. It's fine. Just down here, you'll just have to make a few adjustments. It's not like an actual like, oh no, you've killed everybody type of thing. What would be much worse
All your
is if
passengers
like
suffocate.
if it was the opposite, where it was like oxygen was reducing and nitrogen was increasing, because you can't notice that at all. You don't feel like you're suffocated at all. You feel like you're breathing normally, and then you just pass out and die.
Yeah.
Or gamble a bunch.
Yeah, actually, you get a
Nitrogen
little
necrosis.
euphoric,
Yeah,
and then you just pass out and you're done.
yeah, it's pretty interesting. But that is not the case here. You can see it's just very slightly. Like, what I mean is it's like less than 1%, right? You're like, oh, I'm gonna have to account for
Yeah.
that. There you go.
Yeah.
Which doesn't take you long to do, but
Atmospheric percentages in a spaceship, I imagine you want dialed in very precisely.
yeah, I mean, it's literally the kind of thing you adjust as you get passengers because there's more people breathing and things change
Yeah.
because of that. Introducing a bunch of new plants to the ship means you adjust some of the controls as well. But anyway, that's not important. What is important is you don't have enough to do what you were trying to do. You'll have to run the cycle at least one more time to get, but you don't need quite as much. So you probably only need to run the cycle for like another 2 hours.
All right, I'll set that up then.
All right, you have it kind of already set up to do it, so I won't make the roll quite as difficult as it was last time to do all of this. So just give me a engineer roll and a mechanic roll. I think I have the thing set up, so I can actually just change their difficulties.
Task chain thing.
Yeah, 1 second. Let's see.
Traveller, man, it's a learning experience.
Yeah, like I said, we're pretty new to the game, so we have, it takes us a second.
Save that to the end of the episode when we all die from these insects.
The insects. I like it. Okay, there we go. Look at that until it goes away. All right. Renamed it. There we go. So you should see it now. There.
Good. Liquid
Yeah, there it
nitrogen
is.
extraction, Round 2.
Yeah, it's added the round 2. Task chains are crazy. They're cool. I mean, it reminds me a lot of skill challenges and stuff, which originated in 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons.
Ooh.
Ooh, that was a good roll.
Off to a good start.
All right, so you got a DM mod +1 on the next roll.
Oh
Nice.
Good one's the end. +2.
yeah.
on the
Oh
next
yeah.
one. All right.
Oh yeah.
And
So that is going to be a success. So you have set it up once again for the extraction of liquid nitrogen. It shouldn't take too long to go through the process. It's set up maybe a little bit more efficiently this time, but it's still probably going to take about 2 hours, you think, to get the amount you need, just to be safe. And I'll say it took...
Better to overshoot than undershoot.
Yeah, that's fair. And I'll say it took a little time here for that. Let me get that right. All right, cool. So that means it's going to be 8:10 in the morning. By this point.
You said about 10 something we'd get there?
You should be arriving, I think, just before 10 a.m.
10,
So
10-ish, give or
yeah, it should
take.
be around. Yeah.
Jumping's not precise.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
But it was about 8:10 a.m. by the time you finish that. Oops.
So that's collecting the extra
Yeah.
amount?
Yep, so it should be done, well, also around 10 a.m.
Well, I need to prepare the ventilation in the crawl space, I guess, to allow for the liquid nitrogen instead of normal atmosphere. So can I set that mechanical bit up beforehand?
Sure. We can do that. Since you're, why is this doing that? Hold on. I'm having a problem with my task chains add-on. There it goes. I fixed it.
Hello.
And you wanted to do it here. So you were trying to, you want to actually like pump it basically into the actual life support systems, close them off except for that airlock, have it be part of the cycling system of the airlock, and dump the nitrogen in as though it were atmosphere, as it does in exchange or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
instead of using...
you want it to pull out a volume equal of regular atmosphere and replace it with liquid nitrogen, is what you're saying. Because otherwise it becomes a pressure vessel, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure I set this roll up right.
Huh.
Because
gas these bugs.
as the liquid gets introduced, it should spray out and cover the room in freezing liquid.
Every time I click this, I click it too many times.
Because that stuff's about 65 Kelvin. It's very, very cold.
Yeah. Okay. That part's simple.
It's like
but
negative
this part's not.
200-ish
But this part's simple.
Fahrenheit.
This part's not. Alright, so this is a simpler process than the last one, but it's still something that requires a bit of difficulty to do. So you should see it there now. If you want to go ahead and try and do that, you will need to physically get out here next to it. I don't know if people can see that on stream or not. Okay, yep, so that is a +1 on the next one. +1 dice modifier on the mechanic roll. So first you manage to get the systems in place and kind of figure out where in the ship you can be like, all right, where can I like literally cut things off here and actually like position stuff in the ship, and how will this affect other systems in this in the line, and how, you know, shut those off, and how does the totality of the ship work, what will this affect. So you take all the the precision, the safety measures you need to, because if you don't want to flood the rest of the ship with liquid nitrogen, like
yeah, totally,
all kinds of things there. But you think you've managed to work that all out? You can go ahead and you have to actually like set up the dispersal method itself. Mosquito in here. How'd he get in here? I haven't seen a mosquito in fucking forever.
Skeeter.
Yay!
All right, that's a success.
Cat was attacking me.
All right, you're pretty confident that this will disperse at the parts per million that you were looking for to flood the space without damaging the whole of the life support system or killing anybody else on the ship.
Nice.
That's a bonus.
Yeah, that's a
But
bonus.
but do note that after filling the airlock with liquid nitrogen, I think that it was definitely not meant to do. It's probably going to be a little damaged. You'll probably have to do some repair work to it, but it's probably nothing you won't be able to. It's probably nothing you wouldn't be able to handle, though you might have to do it in a spacesuit.
Well, better that than the bugs.
Yeah.
All right,
Airlock's
well,
pretty important, but
it's not the only airlock on the ship, at least. It's just the main one.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I mean, if we break it beyond use for now, we can still unload passengers. We'll just have to march them down through the cargo hold, out past the engine room.
All right, what are the rest of you doing while he's
The
doing
tour.
that? Let's move to the med bay real quick, specifically. Dixon, Ryder, and Mishka, what's happening in here while he's doing that? Well, that takes him about 2 hours to do.
Laying in bed.
I should probably go down and check on that other body. I'm not real happy about it.
Her body?
The other body.
How many bodies we got on this ship?
That's the kind of
know.
question that a
Yeah,
captain
that's
should know.
Yeah, they just bought a ship to try and make some money with and do stuff.
We should
It's like
hire a
passenger
captain,
ship that
then.
also does some cargo.
Don't even tempt me. I'll be back. And then we'll head down to the cargo hold, I guess.
All right. To lower cargo, not this one. Is what you mean?
Yeah, the one where the
All right.
Right.
Which path were you taking to get there? Just so I know. Are you going down the big cargo elevator or the little ones? All I need to know.
The little one.
This is where I was gonna drag you to. Okay.
It's too cinematic to waste on this opportunity.
Okay. So once again, lowered down into the lower cargo deck. It's, as previously described, a bit darker and creepier down here than the upper decks of the ship, but only really when it's full of cargo. As
Filled with alien bodies.
certainly the creepiness factor has been increased since you found a bunch of alien eggs and alien bodies and fault them and stuff in here. But you have always kind of thought, that the crates rising this high to the ceiling, kind of blocking some of the lights, makes this place a little bit creepy.
Yeah.
What do you do as you?
Well, just staying alert and trying to go over to where that body was and checking its
You had
evolutionary
a flashlight, right?
status.
That you were using.
Yeah.
All right, so just clip your flashlight on or whatever. I mean, I remember you were doing it when you were like looking down the boxes and stuff.
Yeah.
It's canon now. We're not going back.
Yeah, I probably did.
I'm a
I mean,
detective.
like,
I'm sure they.
There
I'm
are
sure when I retired,
there's
they
definitely
gave me a-
flashlights on your ship. There's no like, it's
They
not like
gave me a
D&D. You're not in
camera.
the middle of a dungeon. It's your ship. All right, I'm sure you have flashlights on your ship.
I mean, it seems to be more like these alien creatures' ships.
That's fair. That's fair.
Or it's soon to be the bank ship, but that's their problem.
Yeah. You guys don't pay this off, I guess. Okay, so you head on towards the alien body, which I believe at this point was like over here, somewhere down here.
In the middle of the room, yeah.
Yeah, somewhere
We
in this
pulled
middle
it.
part.
We pulled it down, but
Yeah, you pulled it down and stuff with the crane and everything. You can see that the door to the thing is open.
and to my recollection,
This door here, I mean,
yeah.
the orb door.
To my recollection, was it open or not before? Like, am I noticing that it's changed?
The last time it was inspected, it wasn't inspected by you. I believe it was inspected by Roman. So you would have to ask him, I guess.
But like,
I would say-
when
I'd say
I
you
was
probably
down here
knew that.
last,
It
killing
was
aliens
closed when you were
like
last time.
like a hero, it was closed. Okay. Doing hero things.
Last time I was being a hero. What was it
I know
like?
that they all start to run together. So
Yeah.
what's the body? Any change in this dead alien?
She's just laying here. It's kind
Still
of
dead?
still dead, yeah.
No, hasn't melted into. So really, it stayed dead until some assholes gave it UV light.
Yeah, it's
That's when it
just sitting here.
regressed into.
It's just sitting here in the darkness, laying in the same position.
Creeping me out. All right, that's good news.
I will say
First-
this.
Oh god.
As you kind of look over and you see that the door is open to the orb room, we'll call it for now, and you shine your flashlight that we've established in canon you have over into it, and don't see the orb immediately, of course, but you don't really expect to, and then
It's
shine it,
stolen.
and then like taking your mind off of that for a moment and going back to the alien body and shining your flashlight down on it. You do see as the light beam from your flashlight hits the body a little bit, it's almost like little muscle spasms.
Wait, sorry. When I shine the light at this thing, it spasms.
Very slightly, yeah.
Okay, fuck that. I'm taking the light away from him.
It's just dead there.
All right. I'm gonna go around then. Again, just being alert in general, but then we're peeking my head in here.
Okay. So looking in the back of the chamber, you don't see the orb. You didn't really expect to, because you've been here multiple times. You have theories about that.
Creepy.
But you do feel this kind of pressure, and like your heart beats a little bit faster. And the further in you get, the more of that you kind of feel as you step into this space. It's disconcerting, but not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily feel like foreboding. It's not like you're about to have a heart attack or anything. It's just like, why is this happening? Which in that alone kind of makes it scary. But you step into the space a little bit more, kind of looking around, and something does catch your eye. Just like it's moving in a circle, almost like an orbit around a space that you can't see, but would line up to the space that you would expect to find the orb, if the orb were there. You see this just tiny little speck, this little itty bitty speck of like a black dot, and it's just lightly like orbiting around the space.
So just circling in the room where approximately the orb would have been is a like a fly, is like kind of a thing, like a little black speck.
Yeah, and you hadn't seen that before ever.
All right, well, we'll step out and shut the door.
Okay, you shut the door.
Yeah.
When you shut the door, you hear a little light sound afterwards. There's like almost like a plop sound, like somebody threw a wet sponge onto the ground, and then you hear a sound that's you've heard before, but not since your time as a police officer, and that's the sound of a breaching charge on the other side of a door. And indeed, there is this sort of well of pressure as the door itself that you just closed kind of bows out very slightly for a moment. There's a sort of sound, like a muffled explosion for a moment. You can feel the door for just a second there kind of move out. It's like, oh my god, what was that? And it's hot. The door itself is kind of hot. You feel it, like, not hot, ow, I'm burning myself, but like it's been sitting in like a bathtub or something like that.
What the fuck?
Our passengers are gonna give us the
A
lowest
pop.
rating.
Papa. pop the headset. Or no, did I give the handset back? Let me check.
I don't know.
There are comms on those ship walls.
Yeah, no. Mobile comm. Here we go. I pop up the mobile comm. Team, something. I realized we got already enough problems already, but I went and checked on the orb, and the orb's not there, of course. That would be, too easy, but there was a little sort of black speck kind of orbiting around where the orb should have been, and the whole room felt weird, like this weird kind of pressure. I stepped out, closed the door, and something appears to have exploded in the room. A lot of pressure, doors all fucked open, and it's hot, like it's giving off heat. So
The door's still closed. It just kind of slightly bowed out a
but
little
it's
bit.
like bowed out, like it's.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that's all about.
I'm sorry, you said exploded?
Yeah. So to clarify, Ref, you said I'm familiar. Like, was it like a beep, like a bomb, like beep beep beep, or was it like just a sensation, just an explosion in general?
Like
there was
an
one
explosion.
event which was like
no
boom.
shrapnel sounds or anything like
right.
that. Just like a
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. It wasn't like a charge, like C4, like
no.
you know.
It didn't seem like that fast of an explosion. It seemed like a slower
It
explosion.
wasn't like that. It was like a. So yeah, whatever phenomenon is going on down here, I don't know if it's done any damage to the ship, but not good. Not good, especially given that we're in still in hyperspace. So that's my update. Good news. The body down here is still just doing its thing. Still just being dead. May have twitched a little bit when I shone the light on it, so I'm going to avoid that from now on, which I know. So now I got to turn my back to a dead alien creature in the dark. But anyway, I'm on my way back up.
Ew. What?
Yeah, that's what I
Glad to
say.
hear everything's under control.
That's how my day's going too. I hear you.
Maybe put the alien thing in a box or a bin that's down there for now.
Yeah, can do.
All right, then you said exploded.
I mean, yeah, basically. Nothing blew out. The door held. It's just a little bit bowed out now.
So
Doesn't
It's
feel
hot.
like-
I mean, I
doesn't
can turn.
feel
I
as
can
hot
open it.
anymore. It's like a cool. It's
I
like
can
it's cooled down a
open, but I
bit,
feel like it's cooling down.
you think anyone else heard it?
What, did you hear it? I don't know.
Did I?
I mean, it wasn't
did
like
anything. Did anything in the cockpit light up?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
This.
Please be careful with explosions on our ship. But for now,
Who are you talking to, brother? Who are you talking to?
just
I
leave
didn't-
it.
I
I'll
didn't-
fix it later.
All right, that's where I'm at. I don't know if the door is still open.
but
I don't know if the door is still open.
she's
I
right,
mean,
you know.
I do have a pulse grenade, so if you want to see a fucking something explode, just say the word.
That you'll hear upstairs for sure.
Please
Okay,
don't
I've
kill
got a
us
feeling
all.
my fingers a little itchy. I'll just say that. If those 8 motherfuckers start to get froggy, then you will need to warn me not to set off any more explosions. All right, I'll take care of this fucking bug and I'll be back up.
All right, copy that.
All right, I'll try to avoid shining the light at the body. We had already brought down this other crate, I think, so I'm just gonna.
Yeah, you did with the crane.
I'm gonna take a deep sigh and I'm gonna try to grab this body with my combat arm.
Wait.
I'm gonna, sort of tentatively,
Who
see if
is
it's gonna,
this
like,
extra body?
spike me. Oh, did you not get that? I was down here earlier. We were, there's another empty crate. I was looking at that empty crate. Then an alien came out of a different empty crate, so
It's a
fucking
bug.
blasted him. Did I not mention that?
Just a
Yeah,
bug.
it's one of its insect fuckers. This was like been a few hours now. I can't even keep track of these things.
There's been a while.
But
So
yeah,
it's a
there's
bug,
multiple-
not a passenger.
Yeah.
Okay,
Insect
all
bug.
passengers accounted
This
for.
one,
Hopefully.
I couldn't speak to that.
Technically, you're missing 2 of them.
I
Okay,
surely couldn't
after
speak to
you
that.
Secure the corpse, please check on passenger.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Don't get up. I'll take care of it. But yeah, several boxes have gone empty. No sign of any egg shenanigans in the other box. So, who's emptying the boxes? That's
If I
hard to
remember,
say.
you checked about like 10 or 12 boxes randomly, and you didn't see any.
Yeah, we've
others
done a
that
little
seemed
spot check
tampered with.
in the dock, and we at least do have some cargo left, so that's good. So let's hope we get a good price for it. That's all I can say.
I will say this: you also note that all of the affected cargo, let's say, has been on the very top.
Yeah, no, I'm getting that as a player. I'm getting that. I just don't know how that's gonna help me. Like all of the, once I get a month or two to reflect on these events, I might realize what the hell's happening down here. But in the meantime, I'm just doing one alien bug at a time. So I'm gonna pick this guy up with my combat arm gingerly and put it into the crate.
Okay, it's not that hard. It's to do.
I just want to make sure it wasn't like alien spike me or whatever.
Okay. It's not that hard to do or anything. You're not gonna need to roll or anything to do it. But I will say, when you pick it up, there is a tense moment where you're like, "Oh God, please don't move it." It does kind of like, for just the briefest moment, as you move it into the crate, it catches a little bit of the light from one of the overhead lights, and it does twitch a bit. And you're like, "Oh!" You get it all the way in the crate and close the top on it.
This one was different. It
That's
was
right.
a little bigger, a little redder maybe.
Yep.
Yeah, they definitely are reacting to lights down here too, which is more confusing because they were all in dark boxes when this mess started. So it does continue to suggest that there's something else running around opening these boxes or whatever. So that's what I got for you. Heading up to the check-on, do a head count.
Thank you.
We'll say nobody get froggy. All right, so you're gonna
Grenade
go upstairs
at the
and check
ready.
on the
Just
passenger?
I'm just like tossing the grenade
everyone
in my
okay?
hand and absentmindedly and heading back upstairs.
All right, so you go up to the small elevator once more and take it all the way up.
Yeah.
Instead of just one level to the passenger level. Or
Yeah.
was that deck A? Yeah, deck A.
Okay.
Oh,
Just like you left it.
if you need an excuse, let them know that you're just informing them that we'll be leaving jump space soon.
Yeah, I'm way ahead of you. Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna poke my head in on Wells,
Okay, you open the door to Wells.
or the room formerly known as Wells.
Sure. Well, you already set up the UV thing, and it is shining still down on the crystal in there. The clothes are still flat on the bed. You've cleaned up the stew and all that, and just moved that table, which we still see it in that position, but I can't move it on the map. But you've pushed it over to the corner where basically where the TV screen is, for lack of a better term, the screen is. It's displaying this essentially just static, and have this light shining down on the opposite side of the cacti. You look onto the plant, and you can see it is still just a small plant. It's hard to note any specific. Oh, let me grab the thing. Any specific differences in terms of size or anything like that. It doesn't appear at a glance anyway, without like, you might need special instruments or something to measure if it had, you don't know, but like it's not, it hasn't changed by an amount that is eyeballable, if that makes sense. Discernible with a human eye. However, I will say this. Go ahead and make me an. Go ahead. It does look cool in UV light, but go ahead and make me an intellect.
Straight intellect?
Like black light poster.
Can't bring my.
I guess investigation would be all right. Investigation, intellect.
Damn right.
Investigate that cactus.
Okay. While you can't tell if it's gotten any bigger or any smaller, it does look as though it is slightly
Got
changed
cancer.
color. The color seems slightly bluer than it was before.
Like ever before, basically.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to pull my release my hidden laser pistol in my offhand and use that to measure the height of the plant at its tallest.
Okay, that's fine. You do so.
All right, and I'm gonna unplug the UV light.
Can I like, draw a little mark to see if it?
Well, like yeah, look at
The
using
place
the
on
little
it.
bits
Sure.
on the pistol to like see where it comes up to.
Okay. I mean, at this point, it's only like maybe 25 centimeters.
Yeah, okay. I'll just use that as a reference for later comparisons.
Okay.
I'm gonna unplug the UV because I'm not sure we want to be necessarily changing its spectrum without adult supervision.
Not adult supervision. All right, you unplug the UV. It doesn't need to be plugged in. It's like got its own power, but you flip the on and off switch or whatever.
Turn it off.
Tap it
Turn it off. I'll leave it there.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna go run into the galley.
Well, since you're turning it off, I will say this: as you turn it off, you can see like that color's definitely different. Without the spectrum like of UV hitting it and it being like kind of having this weird effect on it, that color is definitely residual. It's still there. That color change. And it might be very slightly changing back to its other color as you're watching it, but it's such a slow change. You're like, it's kind of like watching like a paint dry or something, right? It takes too long to actually like perceive it without
Just
any.
like maybe it's changing, or maybe it's just my eyes kind of
Exactly.
tricks. All right, so I'll go out, close the door, and go to the galley and make some kind of veggie tray or some sort of little snacks.
Okay.
Whatever's easy.
All right. Since you're not preparing any like particularly nice dish or anything like that, I won't require you to make a steward roll to have like actual good food for them or whatever. Or just
Everybody hates
something that Steroya is already kind of pre-prepared for passengers. So it wouldn't be like you're saying like a little veggie tray, some charcuterie kind of thing, stuff like that.
Picture of charcuterie. We ain't got the budget for that.
Lunchable style charcuterie.
Picture of basic on ice.
Yeah, basic on
and I'll
ice.
just
Yeah,
set a
nice
little-
ice.
Set a little table on here.
Right.
Set a little spread, paper plates and cups or whatever. All right, and then I will kind of knock door to door.
All right, it opens up. You can see the passenger inside. He leans out. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, buddy, everything's great. Just want to let you know, there's some snacks here if you're hungry. Otherwise, a couple hours out, and we're hoping to be coming out of hyperspace.
All right, that's great. Can I get the credits for my ticket transferred back to my chip now?
Yeah. Listen, I can't handle that right now. We'll have to sort that out when we, we'll still have plenty of time getting back to station. So, anything else I can help you with?
Is that breakfast? Well, I guess what time is it? Looks over. That lunch?
Yeah, just a little snack there for you.
All right.
Let me.
I'll be talking to you later, I guess. That's cool. And he'll just walk over to the table and grab like a couple of like space carrots and start eating them. Sit down and pull aside like one of the little plates and pick some random vegetables and
Yeah, those are
bits
good,
of
right? Yes. Space
whatever
Bugs
things
Bunny.
you put on
You
there.
eat those.
Space Bugs Bunny, yeah. I guess he'll close the door.
All right, I'll just keep going on the next one.
Okay.
I won't open a knock, I guess. Freeze, come back. Oh, sorry.
Old habits.
Sorry, close the door.
We'll get that replaced. We'll get that replaced.
The knock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. So yeah, you. The lady comes to the door and opens it. You can see she looks like she's been watching something. Basically, one of the vids you recorded. She's kind of nervous looking when she comes to the door. But you, your time spent as a cop, you kind of recognize it as being like probably not like nervous of getting caught or something. Probably like scared, a little bit freaked out. She says, "Everything okay?" So she opens the door.
Oh yes, ma'am. Just checking in. Everything's going fine. Some snacks out here for you, and just let you know we should be coming out of hyperspace here in the next couple hours.
Don't space on what Star Wars is to us. I'm joking. It's not copyrighted term.
The Millennium Falcon just flew by. Good questions. Anything else I can do for you, man?
And she looks over. I guess I'll
I'll give her.
I guess
a
I'll get some of
look.
this. She'll gather some vegetables and stuff, and
My best Harrison
bits
Ford.
of food, and then no, that'll be all. Thank you, and head back inside her. She'll
All right.
bring the food inside
All
her cabin to eat it, not eat it outside.
All right, head to the next one, and we can speed through it if you want.
All right, sure. Will you go to all the rest of the individual staterooms for all the passengers? And none of them seem to be in particularly
Dead.
none of them are dead, that's for sure. None of them
Oh,
seem
good,
to be
good,
like
good.
in great moods either.
Thanks for looking up. Thanks for looking up.
None of them seem to be in like great moods either because of like the bug attack that happened here on
What?
Mention
What?
the 5-star
I don't-
rating.
I don't recall.
Mention the 5-star.
I don't recall that.
Mention the 5.
But I will say this, they all seem much more at peace and calmer than you would expect them to be in this kind of situation.
Swells, you son of a bitch.
And they seem to step out and, each of them kind of gets some food and eats it. Nothing, there's a few exchanges between them, and like when they come out and see one another, a light conversation that happens it lifts the mood of the space a little bit. But that's about all that happens. Nothing particularly eventful in there.
All right, everybody. So, thanks for your patience. I know it's been a long ride. I'm heading back down to take care of my other duties. Just pay us if you need anything.
The few of them that are still in there, there's probably like 2 or 3 of them in there. The rest of them gone back to their cabins. We'll just kind of wave at you. The gentleman, the first one you talked to, I'll come talk to you after we arrive if we need so. Eating more.
And I'll head back down to
Wiggle a
Lowbird.
carrot at you. Okay. Not threatening. Not threatening with the carrot, just wiggling at it in recognition. Be back
Wiggle my shotgun in.
So you're going back to this level, or you're going back all the way to the bottom level again?
No, just mid-level.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I will check. I'll check low burst, I guess.
Sorry, say that again.
I will check low burst as well.
Oh, okay.
Check the readouts and
They all seem nominal. I mean, they all read as green. They're pretty easy to read panels for that kind of thing, just to see like if there's any warnings on them at all. Except for the one on the end that's been converted into like a liquid nitrogen condensation
and that
chamber.
contained a deadly alien super race.
Deadly alien super rays. Yep.
Bioweapon.
It seems like it could be repaired to function once again as a low berth by your ship's engineer.
Well, he's gonna have his hands full with that whole explosion situation.
Right. So I'm going to cut from there to the bridge.
First they were used being impaled.
Sirius not at the bridge. Roman is.
My back is turned to the consoles.
All right,
And I'm
Roman,
watching-
you hear a little dun, 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 dun,
Oh,
warning on the console behind you, since your back is turned to it.
I spin my chair.
You spin your chair, a little bit of the fluid sloshes out of your little expanded cup as you spin a little bit too quickly for the inertial momentum in the particular gravity you're in. Not like enough to like really spill much, just a little bit over the side.
Get it off
It gets
the
on your
edge.
hand a
Hopefully it
little
doesn't
bit.
cover the whole panel.
And you can see a little alert is flashing for the expected end of jump space.
I wonder what that means. Oh well.
Dismiss.
Oh, end of jump space. All right.
The warning continues to flash. And then it just turns off. And you see where it was replaced. -1, -2, -3, -4. It goes on and on.
Ryder, what should I do here? It told us jump space was ending. And now it's counting down negatives.
I think we went too far.
It's still going.
Reverse.
Do I stop it? How do I turn it around?
Is it? You don't?
Do I
We
just
wait
let
till
it
it-
do this?
Yep. Looks like
Okay,
it's gonna be
I'll-
longer than 20 hours till we get to the.
I'll tell
Get to
you
the
when it
next
stops
stop.
ticking down. Alright.
So you don't need to make a skill roll if you actually have the skill. If you're actually trained in pilot spacecraft, which you are, Ryder, spacecraft and small craft. But
Yeah.
that means that you've gone past your expected window of jump. It means you're in a misjump, most likely.
Don't worry, guys. It never explodes.
This is the first time we've ever done this in this ship.
And there
Yeah.
was an explosion, just to
And that's right.
be clear.
Was it part of the engine? I don't know enough about ships to know otherwise.
Where was the explosion?
In
Exactly.
it was in secret compartment.
Secret compartment A.
Right. Secret compartment A.
So the explosion you heard was in the smuggler's hold, which is right next to
Right by
our
the
jump
engine.
engines.
Yep, that's right by the engine.
Ancestors give me strength.
Oh, morphine, give me strength.
I mean, he told everyone what he heard.
I sure did. And then I got blamed for it somehow.
I didn't realize where he was, actually. Dixon, why did you blow up our engine?
Looked at me funny.
Is it still going down backwards? Is it still going negatives?
Yeah, we're gonna TPK.
Is this a TPK?
It could be.
No.
People get lost and jump all the fucking time.
It never happens.
Check on the engines.
It's an urban legend.
He's not gonna make us role play for the next like 3 months.
We have extra
Countdown.
characters.
So
We have characters already made for when this happens. Yeah.
you have
Sean
you're the one at the
Ortega
pilot.
swoops in.
You're the one in the pilot seat at the moment.
Don't remember the name of my guy.
You're the one in the pilot seat at the moment, Roman. So he goes by. You can see it counting down. You're talking to Ryder. It gets into the minutes range. It's no longer in the seconds. If you miss it by a considerable amount of time, it's usually like there are reports of them sometimes, like a ship coming out of jump that's been in jump for 100 years and everybody's dead on board. Just like all kinds of stuff like that. There's like tons of different things that have happened. But a bit of time goes by. You guys are kind of starting to sweat it at this point. I don't know how much of this information you would have shared with the other people, but I will say this: all of you notice after 30 minutes go by that you're still in jump space. It's not necessarily a huge deal at that point. It's usually considered a big deal if you miss it by more than a few hours. And if you get into the days range, you start getting like really, really, really worried, because then you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's the uh-oh moment.
Then we start eating the passengers. Yeah. What's do we need to have a team meeting?
Meeting in the bridge.
Yes.
All right, let's
right
head to the
there.
bridge.
Mishka.
Let me give you a hand.
Put the
All right,
GoPro on Mishka.
I will help the captain get to the bridge.
Okay. I'll allow for a single meeting or whatever if you wheel him on like the stretcher thing.
Yeah.
Or put him in like a wheelchair or whatever.
Yeah, we can do that.
He's all burnt up, scarred.
We should
Got him in one of those boxes.
Yeah, sorry, Mishka. Don't worry.
She just kind of whines and lays her head back down. She's actually not going to be fully healed for another 2 more days, I think, at this point. Just 3 to start with. So. Okay.
So, still in jump, huh?
Yeah, I don't know what these... It keeps going down. Is it still going down?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not really a concern until that number gets really big.
Okay.
What's
I'm not too worried then.
Is anybody? Is it possible that one of the many fuck ups in this little voyage is causing this? I mean
there was an
were your
explosion.
calculations? Was your calculations good, Doc?
What? My calculations?
Yeah, the astrogation. Was it legit?
I don't let it segregate.
That's my job.
Oh, sorry.
Why do you think I call Steruya for all these?
Rewrite that.
Jumping is... Well, you're lucky if you hit the same star system.
Why did I ever fucking leave this planet?
About that time, the bridge itself, the whole of the ship really begins to shake very slightly. And
Everything's okay, everyone.
The countdown...
We're about to stop.
The countdown stops. The negative countdown stops. I need whoever's in the pilot seat, which is Roman, to roll 1d6 twice.
And see how many times you explode.
In the tower?
I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. For this roll. It's coming on. It's gonna be on tables anyway, so it's not gonna help you to know what they are.
Oh,
okay.
Interesting.
All right.
Oh God. This, whatever happens, you can't blame Roman. He was just sitting here.
I blame the dog.
It was not my fault.
Holy shit. Okay. I gotta pull a thing up. I'm sorry.
That's not good.
So
Whoever's in the pilot seat, it's their fault.
the
Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna wheel you back.
the image of jump space around you disappears, and once more you were dumped out into space as you would expect. Everything seems nominal. Seems fine. You look down on your instruments, however,
Beans.
and the stars aren't right. You're not where you were supposed to come out at all. So, hold on.
This
Around
looks
and
okay, right?
The whole back of the ship is just gone. It's just open space.
It's open space.
Our passengers made
And
it.
you
All
start to have
so
trouble
you were
breathing.
Here in
Our
Flamarian.
passengers got there. We just like.
All right, so because of the way that this one works, I'm gonna need somebody to. Well, I'll just keep Roman doing the captaining of this role. So hold on. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
He just
8.
knows
Yeah,
I'm strong enough to take the heat if we all die.
yeah. Do a roll. Roll a. You have to type it in. /roll 1d8.
Roll space 1d8.
/roll space 1d8. 2. So that would be this way. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
This is a good season.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
This
19,
is
20,
how far
21,
away
22,
we are.
23, 24, 25.
This is how many parsecs?
Pick a random direction.
So we're in like. We're out of the Spinward Marches.
We're not in Kansas.
We're not in the
Again,
Spinward
again,
fucking
this
Marches
is like
anymore.
this is probably one of the better ones. Well, depends if we hit a stage. If we hit, there's probably a 75% chance. Go ahead.
I need you. Yeah, I need you to. So I've got the direction, I've got the distance, and now I just need
Oh, this is
the
bad.
final point. So this is the one that is. This rule will literally determine if you get a TPK. Essentially.
We have to land at a sector that has gas, or we die.
Yeah.
Oh
So
my god.
I need you to roll 1d6.
Yeah,
Wow,
fly
man,
into
dude,
some
this
pressure,
was-
huh?
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting this one to come up. That's why I was like, oh crap. But you're right, it isn't one of the worst
Usually
ones.
used to being in control of one
there are-
person's
I mean,
life.
There
This
are
one we
ones
have a
that really
chance. There are
destroy you.
worse ones, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, how would I do that? Every d6 I roll.
5, wow. Okay. It could be worse than that.
Means we didn't die, I guess.
It doesn't mean that. Just don't mean to die instantly.
Painfully, yeah.
That's not too bad. Alright, so you look down and you check your astrogation charts. Who wants to make the roll to figure out where you're at? Whoever's got astrogation, I guess. I guess that's
Rui, I
Stereo.
don't know where we are. Can you look at these charts?
Hey,
Star
what's up, the
charts.
bulldog? How's it going? We're doing pretty good.
Not
Hey,
going
what's up?
so well right now.
Role
We
playing.
might have just died.
Their characters are having a rough time at the moment.
We
given
may
they
be
decided
dead,
on
but we
this
don't
jump.
know we're dead yet.
Not yet, you don't know.
You can be dead. I just made a cup of coffee.
Astrogation, int, education, what?
And Lunatic just showed up,
The
so we're
curse is
definitely
real.
TPKing.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Are you
man.
fucking kidding me? Right
Oh
now?
man. Holy crap, that's so funny.
Oh,
Oh,
Are our
no.
lives a joke to you?
A little bit,
Johnny
sometimes.
Ortega swoops in on her fighter.
Her gas hauler that she drives around into deep space.
Oh, Savage
Heard
Worlds.
y'all need a lift.
Okay.
Oh man, that's awesome. I played some Savage Worlds a long time ago with Cynical, I think.
You did quite a bit.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, I played a bit too with him.
Yeah.
So we're not actually playing D&D, Bulldog. We're sitting in that category. We usually go to that category because it's more populated than the tabletop RPGs category. But we are currently playing Traveller, Mongoose Traveller 2nd Edition, which is a really cool space based RPG. Very, very centric around that. I used to run a lot of Savage Worlds, though. I like that system a lot. It's a good system. All right,
There's
I need the astrogation roll.
Int or what?
Education.
Okay.
Nice. Nice success.
All right.
At least we know where we are. We know how lost we are.
Yeah, if that helps.
Yep. Thanks for explaining it, Venom. All right, so how to handle this for you? I'm trying to think. This is a little bit confusing, but it's fine. It's totally fine. Not a problem at all. I mean, it's not great for you guys. That's for sure. That's for sure. All right.
I mean,
Well,
it definitely outruns any debt we had.
Free ship, guys. We just need to shoot all of our passengers.
Classic getaway.
let's
Oh
set
my
this up, make it
God.
easier.
Are we in the fucking that void space?
No.
That's good.
I'm trying to figure out how best to show this to you.
At least we have wells on the ship. Well, I guess we don't. Little cactus.
I don't know where the fuck he is.
That UV light just made him blue.
I mean,
He's sad.
Maybe
If I do that,
maybe
that'll
he's
help
a
some.
matter energy converter.
And if I do, no, that's a
your
bad idea.
your job is to figure out how to distill this alien ooze into fuel.
Oh, that is a bad idea. You put that shit in the engine and light it up.
As we're
Season
sitting at
2
the
or
dinner
something.
table,
Eggs.
when we're sitting
Yeah,
at the
you'll need a
dinner
new
table
cast in
eating
season 3,
Mishka,
so it'll be
when we're all
fun.
eating Mishka, it'll start to seem like a better idea, I'm sure.
Shawnee Ortega finds a derelict space vessel floating through the void.
Okay, this should.
I
work.
got something on
We're-
comms,
we're-
you guys.
We're going back for the auto bar.
Ever the
don't
Sort
worry
Explorer.
if you're not.
Pre-recorded distress signal. Looks like it's
Ever
been
the
playing for
Explorer, she
50
opens up the
years.
main airlock. It happens to be filled with 8 deadly space creatures.
Full of eggs. Full of eggs. Omelets for days.
Time to roll a new character.
I don't have a third. I'm not ready. Shawnee Ortega's son, now all grown up.
Confused about how this one thing works. Oh, okay. I see.
Manny
All right,
Ortega.
so you should be good here then.
Depot the
All right.
vagabond.
It's not gonna. You're not gonna like it, but
This
Trying to pull it
sucks. Everything was going so fucking well. I guess not really. Even nothing was going that.
No,
smooth.
nothing on this simple 1 parsec, 1 week jump. Nothing on it has gone right.
yeah,
Oh
that's
my
definitely true.
God. Oh my!
I almost
God.
die
The
and lay in
moment we
bed for
took
2
off-
days, and y'all
here we go,
kill the
figured
whole
it out.
party.
I figured it out,
the moment
guys.
we took off.
Don't worry.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm worried.
I mean, maybe worry a little bit, but
I'm not having fun anymore.
What are we near? Where are we at?
okay.
He's about to try and tell
So
us. I guess.
yeah, I was just trying to figure out the best way to display the map so you can understand stuff around you. I'll turn that on and that on. Yeah. But I should be able to display it if I close this. Do this.
Display.
Didn't work. Son of a bitch. What? Why is that not working? I'm trying. Something's wrong with my world map, huh?
Uh-oh.
Kill it on
Oh, God.
stream, I mean. No properties were selected? What do you mean?
We are so screwed.
That's right, yeah. Well, for some reason
Our
it's not
passengers.
showing.
We're definitely getting a 1-star review from our passengers now. We're never going to be able to get passengers again, dude. The only people that won't know what happened is the low berth passengers. And then they're going to wake up going, why is that other low berth all fucked up?
Well, hopefully I'll have that one fixed by the time we wake the others.
Everyone's going to leave the airlock and be like, what the fuck is that? Why is it all like black and singed in here? What is going on?
Ice crystals and stuff hanging off the...
Well, I don't know why
happened?
this isn't working. I can't really fix it now, so just don't worry about that. But
Use your imagination.
welcome. We'll see if I can fix it after break. But welcome to the Gabriel system.
Oh, shit.
In subsector, the depressed subsector in Trojan Reach. You're no
What?
longer in Spinward March.
What? Oh my god. We're in the Gabriel sector, you said?
Gabriel's the system.
No, depressed. Two systems down. Like, yeah. So, past Ejern to Deepris.
Depress is the one?
Yep.
Yeah. Out Rim Void.
If you look
Holy
down District 268, Igrin, and then Depress, you're about halfway into Depress on Gabriel.
It's got
I'm
gas.
joking about that curse.
Easy mode.
Holy shit, what the
So they are pretty far
great.
away from where they were.
It's a great planet. We got, it has a population of 70.
21,
Do you see-
23,
70
25. They're
people.
25. They're 25 parsecs away from where they were trying to go, and they are in the middle of a bumfuck Egypt system that has like 10 people in it. Well, 70 people on a.
We're gonna have to go around to get back.
There's
Who's getting
also
back.
there is a gas giant here, at least.
Yeah. Back. What's back?
It is the world here is a desert world that has about 70 people on like a small little outpost type thing. There's trace atmosphere, so it's very, very thin atmosphere. It's a pretty small world, not very big. There is a type C starport here, just a routine crappy starport that you can land in that is planetary on that world. There's also a gas giant in the system that you can scrape fuel from if you want.
Holy shit.
It's pretty far away from where you were planning on being.
We can't, there's no way to like.
So we basically
Jill?
wanted to move one hex south and ended up moving 25 hexes south.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Well, we have to figure out how much extra we're gonna have to charge these people for the gas.
I mean, what
We
is
took them way
what is
farther
it,
than we
25
were than
a
the
25
original.
parsec delivery is like
Yeah.
huge.
How,
That's
how
a
are you
lot
gonna
of
break
money.
the
Like,
We
news
just
to these
bought the
people?
ship. I'm about to do it once I become unstunned. Like I just like fell back in this chair. Like
That's like in Voyager when they ended up in the fucking Delta
Right.
Quadrant.
It's like everyone you
It's
know.
like, oh, it's gonna take
is-
like 70
is
years to get back.
effectively gone.
It would take us years to get back, wouldn't it?
Oh, okay, I know where we are. It's not a
A year.
problem. We're only 34 jumps away from where we should be.
That's a lot more than one. Maybe we can use that liquid nitrogen to make a bunch of low berths and put all the other passengers in low berth. Like, hey, you've been upgraded. Your seat's been upgraded to first class low berth. Go to sleep now while we pull into spaceport. It'll be
You hit him in the head.
Then when we wake him up, we'll be like, "It's been a great week since you went to sleep."
right.
And
I'm
then-
crazy.
Yeah.
the
We're
news
good.
This is
came in.
really
They
bad.
updated. They changed the calendar system. Weird. Those Imperials.
While we were that week was a lot happened.
Weird. Weeks turned into months. I don't really understand.
It feels like
People will
months
tell
have
you
passed.
it's a month later.
But you
months
just
later.
don't believe. You'll know
So,
that they changed
Half
the
a year
calendar.
later.
Don't let them play prank on
What?
you.
What? I don't understand. Tell me what happened. What happened? And I'm just like staring at Sterudia, I guess.
You know, I'm not entirely sure of the physics
What do you-
behind it. I just know enough about it to make the engines work.
Well, I mean, obviously,
I know that
Don't
the
understand.
process involves a singularity and high energy particles and extra dimensional movement. But how we're so far away, I don't know.
we had to do something wrong.
Can we
Well,
do this all the time? This will
You
be
know,
nice.
the wells, the bugs, the explosions, the orb.
What was the explosion? Did we ever figure that out?
On the bright side, my mechanical work is done and we can spray the bugs.
Alright.
Fuck
There's
yeah,
good
go
news.
go for it.
First
Go for
things,
it.
first things first, let's kill these things.
Go for it. Whatever.
So priorities, right?
One step at a time.
And I'm just gonna pull up this handset broadcast shipwide. Folks, this is Mr. Matthews. Good news. All your fares have been comped. Free ride for everybody.
No, 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 no.
No, shh, this is good.
Bad news. We're in the Dipra system. Approximately
Flip sector.
25 parsecs from our intended destination. We got a miss jump. So stay tuned.
All right.
Yo, they need more space carrots, man.
Oh
About,
yeah, go easy on that veggie tray.
About like a minute goes by, and then you just the bridge just starts getting intercom like hailed from the passenger department over and over and over and over and over and over.
Didn't I say bugs first?
Yeah,
If you
let's
look out
do
the
it.
port side window,
Let's do it now.
What do you mean?
Rack
you'll
the
see how
shoddy
fucked
again.
we are.
Rack
That's
the,
good,
rack
lunatic.
the shoddy.
My cheeks hurt.
Let's go.
You see that star out
Look,
there?
I don't know what happened. I
That's
don't know
not
if
the
it was
one
the
you wanted to
I
go
don't know if
to.
it's the bugs or we made a mistake, but these people got a right to know.
Like, look at the comms now. We should
I mean,
deal
they're
with
just
these now.
as fucked as we are.
Okay.
Well, tell them whatever, I guess.
I'll grab like a bludgeoning instrument or something.
You guys are so lucky.
Passengers?
dude. You were so close to being dead. Like it could have been that one, or that one, and all of those are blank. Oh, well, that
I
one's
mean,
not.
we
That one
still
also
have-
has a.
I think we still have one jump worth of gas, right? Did
Yeah,
we
you do
jump
have
1 or 2? Yeah, so that was good.
We have enough fuel to jump 1 hex.
1 parsec.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. So we get head back
Well,
up.
I mean, that's
Which-
true. That's a great point. Because if you had been, if you had ended up on any of these, you would have just had to spend that to get to this planet. So
Right,
you actually
like
would have been fine
versus,
on all those rolls.
Versus a jump.
Yeah, I
If
didn't
had we
even
done a
think
2
about that.
jump, we would be out of gas. And
Yeah, exactly. Wow, you guys are lucky. You've played Grim's Forever before.
Yeah, that's my thought.
This jump is almost always a TPK. It often is, dude. It often is. I mean, that came down to a dice roll, and at the very end there, just to see if they would. Well, it all came down to a dice roll, right? But it was 5 times 5 parsecs because he just kept rolling 5s, and then 'cause that's how that works. And then I just rolled for random direction, and then I rolled for like just more direction within that space to narrow down where they ended up. And they could have ended up on a blank space that was 2 parsecs away, that doesn't have any planets or anything, which could have, that would have just, you would have just starved to death slowly, right?
There's no plan B
Mm-hmm.
other than these things.
No.
These
Yeah, at that point, you're just out of fuel, adrift in space,
You're lucky enough to be
too
on
far away.
and a star anyway. You're right next
Hey,
to
we hit a
to
star.
You're right next to an area of space called the Outrim Void, which is why it's like, oh shit, you came pretty close
Look at that little.
to being dead.
Yeah, the tour of the Outrim Void is free of charge. Don't even think about it. Just
Oh, we
enjoy
definitely have to
yourselves.
go around that.
Just enjoy yourselves.
Yeah, you're being
I don't know.
once again, like I said, hailed over and over and over and over again by the
Oh
passengers
God.
from.
I'll try and answer it.
And also, since you did your thing, your astrogation roll, I should tell you the full details of where you are. You're in Gabriel. And you said you're going to go ahead and answer them? Is that what you said? Alright, so, okay, so you are 136 hours from the gas giant. And you are 166 hours from the desert world. Just in regular spaceflight.
You want to give me those numbers again?
136 and 166.
The desert world has 70 people on it. Mostly miners.
And no hydrosphere. At all.
Oh, but there is an abandoned research station, which is sweet. Used to study genetic engineering,
What?
but it was moved to Dostoevsky without explanation. And the research station was shut and locked, so I say we go in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's make a pit stop.
Let's go.
Alright, well,
Let's
You said
deal
you
with
were
the bugs
answering-
first.
you said you were answering the call, so we'll
Yeah.
jump to that next, but you're gonna have to set a course to something, so just tell me where you're trying to set a course to with your astrogation roll.
Gas giant.
So we know where you're planning on heading. Are you going to start heading there? Somebody gonna do the...
No, that would take a
Oh.
pilot roll, and our pilot's resting.
Okay. Let's just float here for now. You don't have an expert system on ship, do you? I don't think.
Nope.
Yeah. So you can't. You don't
It
go
takes
back on
money.
Pilot. All right.
What
so
if
yeah,
I
just
just got
float there for a
the
while.
got the thing going and then went back to bed?
I mean, you pretty much have to be the pilot that's sitting there, so you need a way to
Yeah,
do
then we
that.
crash into the gas giant and all die.
Might be the
But
best.
feel free to keep your nap up, your morphine button nap going.
all right. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, while he's doing those phone calls, I'll wheel Ryder back to the med bay.
Okay. So they wheel back to the med bay. Sterulia, you sit down and flip the switch
Oop.
on to answer them, and it's just chaos on the line. It's like every single one of the rooms is individually calling you, as well as somebody from the crew comments, or like 5 of the rooms are calling you, rather. Not all of them. So actually, yeah, it would just be 5 of the rooms, not the crew comments. It's just people talking over top of each other. You can hear some of them talking to each other as well. But the one that speaks up the loudest and kind of manages to get people to listen to a degree is the guy who had kind of
Oh man, we got a mutiny situation.
convinced you to or was saying, hey, you know, you're gonna have to pay me if you want me to keep my mouth shut. He's gonna say, you'll be taking us where we want then too, for free, and I think maybe we might need to talk to authorities about what I saw here,
Oh my
what we all saw. You hear some of the other people, yeah, that's right, yeah, this is ridiculous.
Well,
I'll do what I can to calm them down.
Okay, what are you gonna say?
direct them to the airlock.
I'll allow you to
Yeah,
make a. I will
Just
allow you
kidding,
to
we're
make
here. Go ahead and hop in the airlock.
depending on what you're actually gonna say. It will depend on what role I'll make it. So go ahead and give them your speech. What are you gonna tell them to do? And then I'll make you make your role.
Something along the lines of, a course will take you to your destination. It'll just take a bit longer to get there. You know, jumps aren't perfect. These things happen.
You read the fine print, right?
It's on contract.
So you'll hear a lot of people all speaking up. We'll be taken to a Imperial base.
No cause for alarm. We on our way back, you know, we'll pass through Imperial space, and of course, if you wish to leave early,
For alarm, I'm gonna lose
allowed.
my business. You know, you hear people saying and stuff. I've got family that I'm supposed to meet. You know, like this different thing, all these different things. And then that same guy speaks up. Listen, I understand, and he's a bit calmer than the rest. I understand jump is unpredictable, but this is atrocious. You should be reported for this. Otherwise, at the very least, we need some kind of compensation, right? And you hear some of the other people, yeah. As a matter of fact, I think you should take us all the way to Hradis, right on one of the X-Boat routes. Drop us off there and compensate us all. What do you think's fair? I lost my business, you hear another guy say. And this woman is just crying now. That was in there. One of the other guys, it seems like he's crying in the background too. My wife, you hear him say a couple times. 10,000 credits each? Maybe 20? That compensation enough, you think, guys? And you hear a couple of them. There's no such thing as enough compensation for this, you know, going back and forth. But eventually he gets them to kind of agree to 20,000 credits each.
Just say you knew the risks and cut them off.
Yeah.
You knew the risks, you
Well.
signed the papers. So, sucks to suck.
Something along those lines. You knew the risks. You bought the tickets. Like, it's not our fault.
We're all in the same boat.
We can't compensate you for something that's not our fault.
So that the airlines, when they crash a plane, they always get sued, but yeah.
And I will see about locking the lift that goes up and down.
And then turning off the light support.
Well, I got to clear that with my captain, so we will have a
You
conversation.
heard it first.
Captain said, "Do whatever's necessary," and winked. And that's all Captain needs to hear about it.
Captain's busy with the morphine button.
We can't let these people spread the word about this little incident, can we?
I also need to make a couple rolls too, so hold on 1 second.
Hard to riot without air. That's right.
Alright. I gotta roll the ones though. Oh damn, alright.
Well, this changes things.
Okay.
You wanted to be a traveler, now we're traveling. I don't see the problem.
Traveling hard right now.
I'm gonna go ahead and erase my my enemy I have. Don't have to
You'll
worry
never
about
see
him
it.
anymore.
I mean, at best, we're only 34 weeks
Yeah,
to
it's
get
like,
back to where we're
Over
supposed
it's
to
like
be.
probably a year,
7 months.
roughly a
8
year.
months.
Yeah, right. With stops and stuff.
Alright.
A 3-hour tour.
I need two things. I need two things from everybody. First is a morale check.
Oh dear.
Oh Lord.
You can roll it. I guess roll this one in the tower because then you roll. Makes it easier. Well, roll this one in the open. No, roll it in the tower because you want to hide them from each other. Yeah.
Morale?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on your characteristics page.
Don't watch the
Okay, so
stream.
I'll
People.
switch to this.
Players don't watch the stream.
Yeah, I flipped it over, so it shouldn't be on stream now at least. Okay.
How about we should have rolled sanity, bro?
That's the next one.
That's
I
the
was
second
gonna roll.
one. Yeah, I figured. Yeah. We don't know our own rules.
I'll get to that. I'm only going to tell you if you fail or pass. I'm not going to tell you if you.
What the role is? Gotcha.
Yeah, and if you fail, I will tell you. So in a whisper. So if you don't get a whisper, that means you didn't fail. And if you did, then reflect that in your role playing.
Is the whisper gonna say what it is?
But it'll tell you you failed. I'll just whisper you that you failed. What do you mean? I'm not gonna tell you the number.
No. I was. Everyone can see what's there right now with the dashes.
Yeah.
The dash
Okay.
is just a line. The dash is just a line break.
I started sweating.
Yes. No. I was in the same boat. I was like, is this some sort of code? Like just like
Is this my fail?
you just rubbing it off. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead.
Is this
Like
my message? Is this the message he was referring to?
This means 3 of
No,
y'all are
that's
dead.
just a line break in between your rolls because I'm seeing all your rolls, so I want to be able to see I want to be able to easily reference the sanity rolls versus the
Okay.
morale rolls. So everybody make a morale, a sanity check. So
Oh god.
In the tower.
yeah.
Dixon started slinging poop on the walls.
Do I get a plus
So
1 for
far.
morphine?
Say roll, yeah.
That's what you do. Like
No,
get so
you
lose your
don't. You
mind,
don't get any
start
pluses.
shitting in your hand.
Slinging
Your
Sanity?
roll on the sanity. Your roll on the morale check adds or removes a dice modifier on the sanity check. That's what I'm doing right now.
Oh, was I supposed to add to that?
No, I'm doing it because you don't know what you got on the.
Fair enough.
All right. Styria. Okay.
Terrible.
Okay. Wow. So
We're traveling now, boys and girls.
strangely,
A ship full of psychos.
this is a little bit funny, but strangely, right after Dixon kind of like cuts them off and says what he says about the passengers and stuff, you all kind of look at each other as he's walking Ryder out of the down back towards the med bay, and all of you kind of feel a sense of relief for a moment, and then start to laugh. You don't really realize where it comes from. It's just kind of a weird moment.
We almost died.
And then you notice, Sterulia, since you're there and you're like managing the console, right after Dixon had cut them off, the light just kept cutting back on because they were calling right back. And then it goes away. They're not calling back anymore.
Nice.
We got a bunch of bodies to go clean up now.
You kind of laugh as you bring Ryder back to the med bay and sit him down, and then it washes away over you. It's a weird moment. And you get this like strange feeling for a moment. You know, feeling like you've been here before. Feeling of like familiarity. Not like you've been here, but it's sort of like you stepped into your old house or something like that. Oh, Boon of Fate for Dixon for the half asleep Ripley moment. that was good. That was like two or three episodes ago. All right, let's turn on Dixon's Boon.
Boom.
I'll have to do it on both of these screens, which is fine. We'll do that now. Dixon Boon. Flip to the map too.
Daniel Boone's cousin.
All right. All set.
Thank you. Make sure to use it wisely.
Pretty awesome. All right, so thanks again there,
Yeah,
Lunatic.
sweet.
Awesome when people get to
Brilliant.
participate like that. I'm gonna go ahead and close that calendar down. Oh, all right, so the strangeness of the feeling that washes over you quickly kind of goes away, and the panic that you were feeling to a degree comes back, but it's muted. It's like lesser than it was. For some reason, it's like something that happened like months ago, not something that happened right now, is mostly what it feels like. But it's notable because it doesn't seem like something you would expect. And then, Sterulia, the light does light up again. Only this time it's only coming from one room. Wells room.
Old Wellington.
Oh, buddy.
His I'll answer.
Right. It clicks on and you hear a strange voice. Hi, where am I? And
Good.
what is this?
You're on board the Vagabond? A spaceship?
Vagabond.
Fastest cruise
Vagabond.
liner in the galaxy.
Vagabond. He says it like 5 or 6 times. That seems familiar.
Oh, great. We gotta change the name of our ship then.
Do you have food, maybe? I feel very hungry, I think.
Yes. We have food available.
It wins.
There were a lot of people yelling here a moment ago, but then they all stopped. Went
God.
away.
Oh, shit.
Scared. Hello?
I'll be right up and prepare food for you. No reason to be afraid.
Okay. And then it cuts off.
Was it whales?
I don't know.
It was whales.
Could be.
Okay. You want to handle this?
Yes, but we really need to
Kill
get
the
rid of those
bugs.
bugs. Yes.
Alright. This little psychic kid might be a big problem. If you maybe wait, where did Dixon go again?
He took
I just went to
Ryder back to the med bay.
Med bay.
Oh, that's right. I mean, we can have Dixon go, or I can go actually take care of whales.
No, relax. Dixon will handle it.
I can go take care of whales if you want Dixon
Just take a
and
load
you
off.
take care of these bugs.
I was actually going to help Dixon take care of the bugs and then make food for whales and the rest.
I guess I can bring something to him, or help you both.
Well, we need someone to stay on the bridge.
That's all right. Shit. All right, I'll sit here.
No, technically not if we're not really
Actually-
going anywhere.
Yeah. Feel free to leave bridge.
All right. I guess I can go help whales. then.
We're just sitting here out in space.
I'll go make sure whales didn't like poof everyone away in the space real quick.
Well,
don't
if you
know how
can,
strong
have
he
him do
is.
the bugs too. No, I'm sure he just did. It's the happy juice he gave off. I'm sure.
That's what I'm hoping for.
You need to go back to
But-
Indra now.
Yep, let's go check on that.
All right.
Assume we're not him driving it yet until we.
Oh, it's just those sound.
sitting in the void.
Yeah.
About our life
Life
choices.
systems minimal.
Be a traveler, they said.
So, Mr.
Great.
Matthews, the bugs. I'm ready to spray
yeah.
them. Let them get all cold, and then we no energy weapons.
Yeah, okay. I got the shotgun here. I was feeling pretty warm and fuzzy. Does that mean Wells is back?
Well, I got a message from his room.
Okay, what's that mean?
I'm not sure if it was him. He asked where he was.
Okay. We don't want to. All right. Well, let's give this a shot. See what happens.
Okay, bugs first.
Yeah.
Ryder.
What's up? Y'all have fun. Think of me while you're adventuring.
You can watch. I'll swipe the the screen back over to the GoPro.
Nice.
So I'm here, but I'm not gonna be like at the glass right away because I don't want them to see me.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I don't know if I
So the
can do
time
that.
all that goes through and everything gets set up and you've kind of settled down and had your conversations and stuff, we'll say it's 1:40 p.m.
Are we gonna get on a jump soon? I'm just kidding.
But you are out, but yeah. So two-day 11:05 087 at 1:40 p.m. now. Which rider that mean for you? It would be around. Oh shit! Let me think. Hold on. $19 from there. So about 11 o'clock tonight. So a little less than 12 hours now for you.
All right.
You should be
Good.
healed up around that time. By that time, you're starting to get like to feel well enough to wheel around in your wheelchair and stuff if you want to participate in conversations and stuff. But I'm not going to let you do any like piloting or strenuous activities or anything like that. So if you want to freely move around the ship for the next 12 hours, you can. But you just can't do any. You're not going to be doing skill rolls.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Once this morphine wears off that I just took because I misunderstood what you were saying, I will walk around the ship.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
wheel
I mean,
around. You
a
won't be
wheel
able to
around
walk.
it in the wheelchair.
Wheel around. Sorry, wheel around. Yeah. Good call. Yeah. Wheel around.
Okay.
Those morphine legs aren't gonna do you much good right now.
That's fair. All right, Stayrulia and Dixon, you are attempting to
Spray the bugs.
spray the bugs. Okay.
Spray
You already
those
set it
bugs.
all up. last time, so you just gotta put it in there and commit to it and say that you are 100% doing it. Dixon, you peer
need that in
through.
writing.
You peer through the little porthole once again, and like this time you can see as you approach it, it's not black, so you can tell it's not covered up. And you look through, and you can see him still crawling around in there, and it does seem like some of them have like become more agitated now. They're no longer look wet, and it seems like they've eaten off the residual slime and stuff that was stuck there where the eggs were for the most part, but there's still little bits, and the eggs themselves that they came out of no longer look like they're just opened and formed there. They look like they're torn up into pieces and ripped apart, which lines up with what you saw in the crates. They seem to devour some of their own material after a bit, and what remains is not that much, surprisingly, for the 8 of them you see running around in here. There are even a few moments where you see them kind of clatter and like snap a little bit at each other, but it's more in a show of like dominance from one over the other and stuff. It doesn't seem like they're like killing each other or like eating each other or anything like that.
Velociraptors, yeah.
They do seem to be starting to do some damage to the inside of the airlock. Not like anything significant yet, but there's some of them that they're starting to spit acid now, because they've now developed their acid glands as they've entered the stage of their life. So they're starting to just now spit acid on certain parts of it. And you can see you hit the buttons,
Spraying them bitches. Spraying them down.
You load the canisters up, but you have to first extract some the rest of the stuff and put it together and put it all in one container, which doesn't take very long to do. And you're kind of prepping that and like pumping this thing down to get the seal right as you're connecting it, as Dixon's looking through this porthole and seeing them like spray acid across parts of the ship now. And it does go like inert before it like really eats through. It's not like Alien, right? It's not like an Alien where it just keeps going through multiple levels, but it is definitely eating away at the materials and stuff here. So much so that you can even see like the interior of this airlock looks like the rough, unfinished material, right? It doesn't really look like polished metal and stuff anymore. It's going to need to be kind of repolished, refinished, stuff like that, which you should be able to do as an engineer, or a mechanic rather. But it definitely is taking damage, and if it keeps going on for long enough, they will get through. But it would take like hours probably. Like multiple, like big chunks of hours, like 12 plus hours at the very least to do enough damage to get through it all. Maybe even more than that. And they just seem to like have recently started doing this. But it does connect the stages of their life once they get to this slightly larger adult stage. In the inside there is one thing to note as well, Dixon, that you see before he connects the canisters and releases them. None of these have that reddish coloration that you saw on the one below. They all have that similar coloration to the other you saw. And about that time, Stabroy, you kind of lower the lever and hit the button for the release, closing off the airlock itself from the main systems, ensuring the safeties that you've already put in place. And we can see and hear the pump now running that normally pumps out atmosphere for the head, because you can always hear on this side because this side has air, right? So you hear the sound as it's pumping out air for a moment. The vibration on the inside of that space seems to alert the bugs somewhat, and they do seem to start running around quite a bit more. It takes a moment before you start to see the first kind of almost like snowfall, but like a glassy cloud that pours down into the space as the liquid nitrogen begins to disperse at the allocated parts per million that you've set up previously. And it immediately makes them fucking go nuts, basically. As soon as the chamber is filled with any real percentage of it, not only are they spitting acid everywhere now, they're also like literally physically attacking the walls, sometimes each other a little bit. And they are actually doing physical damage to the inside of the airlock. You can hear it. It's like a hammer being beat against the side of the airlock, but like, 16 hammers being beat all over it. So it's just constantly these bending sounds, and then this strange screeching sound fills the space. And then you can't see anything else. It's just this white mist that occasionally you see a shadow pass by for a moment. And after a few moments go by, you don't see any more shadows pass by. You just see this white mist in there.
But no more noise?
No more banging noises.
All right.
No
Permission to
screeching
vent.
sounds or anything like
Permission
that.
to vent to space.
The pump itself turns off. And you see what you see, which is just white.
Do we smash the bugs and then vent?
Does it matter?
Yes. They should be dead before we expel them.
Well, if they aren't, can you clear the gas?
It's just nitrogen. It's cold. But as long as you don't touch the liquid, you're fine. Breathe this stuff in all the time.
But it like, is it real cold though? It's gonna freeze my nips off.
No, as long as you don't touch the liquid.
The only thing you have to worry about is the pressure differential, because it's at a lower pressure in there than it is where you're at right now. That little bit.
Okay, but a little bit, not.
Yeah.
not
So
You
when
didn't
you
make it
open the
full
door,
action.
it'll
suck me towards these.
it'll suck in the air, not you. It's not that strong.
Just suck me into their fast little razor
But,
sharp claws.
There will
All
be
right, well, open the
a whoosh, and then
I open the airlock and brace for decompression.
I'll
Okay.
stand behind him with a wrench, ready to bash anything that tries to run past him.
And I assume this lights on the thing still say that the airlock is sound.
Yeah, it says it's still got pressure.
All right.
You pressure it a little bit, open the doors, and there is this kind of wind that feels like it blows from behind you at first, and then immediately from in front of you in this circular motion, and you are blasted by extremely cold air. Not enough to do any damage to you or anything like that, but it's like jumping out in the middle of a blizzard all of a sudden.
My nips or
And then
Nips are hard.
it's
Yeah.
so
Blair,
cold.
say rude.
It's so cold, and there's so much moisture there that it immediately kind of frosts over your eyebrows and your mustache and stuff that you have,
eyelids,
Dixon.
mouth.
But you kind of close your eyes for just a second as it goes past you, and then it warms up immediately because the much greater volume of much warmer air on this deck floods in to fill that space. But it is, for a second, you do feel very cold from it. And as I said, it like immediately kind of frosts over not your beard because you don't have one, but your mustache, your eyebrows, and a little bit of your hair. But that goes away pretty quickly as the warmer air comes in. Just enough for it to be there for a few seconds as you step towards the airlock space, looking inside as the mist kind of clears, and you just see what looks to be a pile of carnage. They're not bugs, not anymore. Something else entirely. It's almost like little shards of like ice crystals and stuff that are splitted from dead bugs. These sections just jutting up. And as the warmer air hits them, they begin to very slightly melt. The bug carcasses themselves don't react at all. They just begin to fall apart too and melt into what looks like a goo. But this time not black. This time it's kind of like looking at like a translucent, almost amber color, but mostly clear jelly. Like you took like a very light, like strawberry jelly or something like that, and covered the floor with like 60 gallons of it or something like that, like quite a bit of it. And it's just melting into this goo, and it does move very slightly and towards you.
Okay, so close the door. Just close the door.
Close the door.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That was much more effective than I thought it would be, so let's vent out into space. Actually...
No, do the...
Hold on.
There.
We should probably... Well...
You kill me, Sarah. You killing me.
Yeah, just vent them. Fuck it.
Oh, I vented them.
No.
Now we're gonna vent the living creatures. Now. Vents.
Okay. So the outer airlock door opens to space, and you can see the pressure in here, not too close to it, the positive pressure, blows this strawberry-like goo, most of it, not all of it, but most of it, out into space, where you can see it immediately spreads out like a cloud, and not like a jelly substance at all. All the pieces sort of becoming equidistant from one another and spreading out. And it takes this form of this slight cloud that now just catching the lights from the side of your ship and the what's escaping from the airlock light there, you can see does have like that slight amber hue to it, but it's really mostly just like, it looks kind of like white cloud, right? Spilling out here in space. It's like steam or something like that. And it forms for a moment into kind of a natural shape that looks sort of like a miniature nebula. And then a few seconds later, it just starts to, like, little veins appear through it, almost like little stripes of color. Then it just starts to fade away. You don't see it at all. It's just on.
Whoops.
Great. The alien cloaking ship is off.
Yep.
It's off the ship now.
Those things could cloak, remember?
Okay, that's
Oh yeah, I guess I'll say this. Since it didn't all get blown out, the little bits
Not our sector.
that are stuck there, do start to kind of, because now all the pressure's out, right? The airlock is just in vacuum, but the little bit that does remain, that was still stuck there on the floor, does also like gaseousize, or what's the word? There's a word for it. Sublimate. It's sublimation. Yeah. So it all sublimates into a gaseous form, like immediately from this solid. Just in vacuum.
It's evaporation.
And it kind of appears. Well, isn't it sublimation when you go straight from?
It's
a solid
different when it's
to
a solid.
gas?
Yeah.
But it's not a solid, really. It's like
I guess that's true.
sublimation.
it's like a
Plasma.
liquid-ish. I don't know.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
guess it's true.
proceed.
Anyway, so it
Sublimation's
turns
cooler.
into a gas, and you see that same exact shape kind of appear, right? But the gravity of the airlock itself, because that's not, there is gravity inside the airlock, right? The gravity of the airlock pulls it down as it kind of turns into this other color, and it just splashes there, and then slightly rises, and the airlock cycles once again, closes. That's it. After normal pressure is reset as it completes its cycle, you can open the door and look at it and see what's left if you want, but it's not moving.
Yep. Open it.
All right. So laying there on the floor,
Should
of the
probably
air-
get
of the
the
airlock.
doctor to clean and fix. I gotta go
Love
make
that
food.
idea. Love that. Yeah, go ahead. We're all good here.
You just released Akira. You're like, I'm gonna make food for the past.
So you see what looks to be a clear fluid just on the floor. It doesn't react at all, doesn't move in any way, it just looks like a clear fluid.
Like you said, not my sector of space.
It is now.
What an act of war to appear
Here.
two like whole sectors away, drop this fucking thing off.
we were
and
like,
just
yeah.
try and dip.
If anyone was watching, this would be a hell of a move.
And everyone's watching us right now because of how many people we've pissed off successfully in the past week.
Alright, so stay real, where are you going?
To make
Passenger level?
food for the passengers.
Alright, let me go ahead and put you up there.
Doc, you might want to come here and take a final look at this thing. You might want to bring a mop.
Why?
Well, we had mostly we'll call it a mixed success.
What happened here?
So the gas, liquid nitrogen worked. Froze the insects. They had gotten quite rowdy, so that was good. They died pretty much right away, but then there was some other gooness going on. We made an executive decision and spaced most of that. And it sort of formed into a cohesive
You didn't
word?
destroy it after
Structure.
you had got.
well, we opened the thing and it started coming towards me, and frankly, that didn't seem like a good sort of quarantine procedure to let this fucking
Right.
space ooze in
We
the
should
ship.
have shined the
We have
light
enough
and let
problems.
it smash against the door and
Yeah,
kill
yeah.
itself.
So that was your plan. Well, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but it's out there. It disappeared.
Oh, great.
So
Okay.
it may have
Not our
dispersed.
sector.
It may have dispersed. It may have gone cloak. Who's to say?
Well, let me.
Um,
I look inside and I can see some remains.
Yeah,
There's a
but
clear
there's
fluid all over
a little
the
bit of
floor.
residue. So this puddle tried to do the thing as well, but the gravity fucked it up. So it just kind of splattered here.
Because gravity is not its friend. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll remember that if we ever run into a cloaked space cloud, when we want to hit with a grav beam or something. I'm rambling. Forget it. It's been a long 24 hours or whatever.
So much is happening. Like, I still have so many questions about the body of Mary Larson, who woke up out of the cryo sleep, was being controlled by this alien organism, who would then open the lids to these boxes, which were near the lights, which allowed them to hatch.
Maybe
How did she get out of the cryo? That's so
yeah,
crazy.
we're gonna have to give another try to interrogating Wells and see if we can shine light on this.
So obviously cryo didn't kill them. It just makes them vulnerable. Because
Well,
she was
it killed the insects. Oh yeah, her. Yeah.
right. The insects are just a temporary form. I don't
Doc,
think they.
Doc,
The-
I'd love to shoot the shit
Low
with
birth
you.
doesn't freeze you, by the way. He used a
I'd love to
condenser in there to make liquid nitrogen, but when you're in a low birth, you're not frozen.
Okay, that's good to know.
Really?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's a liquid in low birth.
No. Just puts you in a suspended animation. You get colder and stuff, but it's not. You're not.
Yeah,
frozen.
it's colder, not frozen.
Cool.
Is it just making like your molecules stop moving?
With a lot of things
It's
like
like
that.
a-
It's slowing down
like-
your autonomic functions and everything.
Yeah, like a coma kind of.
Puts you in torpor, basically. Yeah, it's more of a coma than it is a. That's why you need a doctor to pull you out of it and all that. It's more of a
Huh.
controlled coma than it is freezing. You can't survive forever in a low birth. Like you go in a low birth, and 100 years go by, you're gonna have aged 100 years. You're gonna,
Okay.
or maybe 89 years or something like that.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah, you still die in low birth from old age.
I didn't realize time still affected you the same either.
Yeah, it's not like stasis. It's...
Okay. Wow. Okay. that clears up a little bit, I guess. Her physiology is completely different. There would be no way to be able to put this creature into a coma, as far as we know. Liquid nitrogen, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know, but at some point we might want to do a little, get a suit on and clear this out, but...
Very curious to see if it's still alive and reactive.
Yeah, we'll have to
which I
keep an
guess
eye on it.
It
I think
must
it's-
store energy to create these different forms and different layers of protection. It uses the energy to create, like, protective shield, and then whatever this is quite vulnerable.
Yeah, listen, Doc, why don't we get in and... I'm gonna get in and check out that whole explosion thing.
Oh, yeah. It exploded, you say?
Yeah, if you wanna... I don't know if you wanna come with, or... Stay upstairs making food. How's Wells? Wells is up, though?
Oh, yeah, Wales called. I think Asteroid is checking on them as well. It did not sound like Wales.
What do you mean?
If I had to guess, I would
Nothing?
say it was a younger person.
Oh, good.
And,
Were they normal?
I mean, besides the bout of amnesia and the ability to control the emotions of the passengers, yeah.
Well, maybe they'll have straighter answers than Wells ever did.
I doubt that somehow.
Okay,
I
so
seem
with
to know
that, we'll
less
cut,
about what was going on.
we'll cut over to Steruya up top there in the passenger deck, deck A. What are you doing as you come up the elevator?
I'm just going straight to the galley.
Okay, so you
Make
go straight to
food.
the galley and begin to prepare real food.
And ignore the circle of disturbed people who are looking up.
So when you step, no, because he's going through it all. I'm going to describe it all to him. So when you step through the crew commons there, not crew commons, I'm sorry, the passenger commons there, what you see is interesting. All of the people that, so every single door to every single room is open and just left open. First of all, which I guess I could do that on the map if you want, but they're all open, including the one to Wells's. Here is open as well. As you come up and see it, all of the people, as you kind of glance around when you look around when you're coming up the elevator, the few that you can see inside are just sitting there in chairs. Some of them just calmly reading. Some of them just sitting, like literally just sitting. And the guy across from you, right as you come up the elevator, the one who like was kind of, I don't want to say the ringleader, but the one who was like essentially the ringleader of the people that were angry and stuff. But he also calmed them down to some
Instigator.
degree, right? He was, well, everybody was angry. He was just the only one that was like, we could get money out of this. But instead of like just being like, you ruined my life, you know, he just like looks up at you from what looks like a book, and then just has this huge smile on his face and just says to you, Steruya, have a nice day. He looks back down at his book.
God. Hey, maybe that 5-star rating in our sights.
And I'll say this as the elevator comes up. You also see the head of about a 12-year-old, maybe 10-year-old child step and kind of lean out the door. And from Wells, says, hi.
Hello, I'm Steruria.
Oh, I think I'm Joseph.
I believe that's your name, yes?
I'm hungry. Are you making food?
I am indeed.
I like you, I think.
Thank you.
And he's just gonna kind of like follow you and watch you, but he always stays like 10 so feet away. Just kind of watches. You do
Alright.
notice he is wearing Wells's clothes, but they're way too big for him, like crazy huge on him, right? Because these were adult man clothes, and Wells was huge, if you remember. Wells was like almost 7 feet tall. So this kid here, while he's a little bit tall for like a 10-year-old or so, he's just a kid, like a normal human-looking kid in every single way that you can tell. A couple things strike you about him. His features kind of look like Wells's features, but not exactly. But he's also 10 years old versus what Wells kind of looked like a 70-year-old guy. So it's hard to tell. But he just timidly stays behind and kind of watches you. These clothes draping off of him like a circus tent, basically.
Yeah,
Kind of.
I'll make
He's
extra.
he's got the pants like pulled way up, so he can kind of like walk. And he just follows along. Nobody else pops their head out or anything. So go ahead and make me a steward roll for your cooking.
I want to put a little effort in. Sorry, I've ruined your life. Kind of a meal.
Yeah, bigger than normal.
Okay, so you prepare kind of a double meal for everybody. Lots of different vegetables and meats and everything that you can come up with that's canned or flash frozen or whatever you might have in your steward supplies. I said steward supplies. Steward. Doesn't take a lot of time, probably about an hour to prepare the full meal. So I'm going to go ahead and push the calendar a little bit, but I'm also going to cut from you now. Back down to you guys below while he's doing the cooking for the next hour. Is there anything that Roman and Dixon wanted to do or anything that Ryder wanted to do? The Ryder, you morphined yourself about 30 minutes ago, so you might still be snoozing.
You up at some point so you can get us moving.
I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, I didn't even account for
up.
her endurance.
Somebody's gonna have to sleep. We're gonna have to start sleeping here soon.
So I'll say this, Ryder, you do see also every now and then you look to the side. Mishka looks a lot better now. She looks like she's perked up quite a bit.
Yes.
Sorry, what were you saying, Dixon? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I think I was just saying we want to probably get the cat at some point when the captain gets on his feet. We get the ship moving and towards some gas.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go inspect the hold and see if I can open the door to the secret hold and check it out.
So you take the small elevator down there next to you, heading to the lower hold. Again, it is much darker down here than the other parts of the ship while the cargo was loaded. You head towards the secret hold, the smuggler's hold, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
And the door is still kind of slightly bowed a little bit. It looks like it's like slightly kind of like off the rails that it uses to slide. But it's not hot at all anymore. It feels completely cold to the touch. Like everything
off the rails, so
damn well is now. You're 25 parsecs away. I just had all these I pre-rolled all these fucking things along your journey that you were doing. I was like, well, delete all those. Those are all useful. Maybe if you go there again. But not for a while. So yes, it is cooler to the touch now that you notice. You said you were going to try and open it?
Yep.
All right, so I need you to make an athletic strength roll because it is indeed off its rails. You're going to have to just kind of force it. Basically sliding metal on metal. Pretty heavy metal on metal. It's not impossible, but it's you got to put some strength into it. It's going to be a average difficulty.
Let's see, strength.
Yeah, athletic strength.
0. Okay. Oh boy. Ooh,
Just barely got it. All right. To put your weight behind it a little bit, you're using your combat arm that you have to get a little bit of extra juice out of it, right angle, not hurt your hand as you're kind of grabbing onto this what you would barely consider a handhold. It's sort of like one of those like miracle rock climber handholds where you can barely get your fingers on it, on this little hook, and start pulling on it until you do manage to get a little bit of space in there and pull it back, and you get the other hand in, and you have to kind of start doing this like jerky motion with your whole body, throwing your whole body into it. And before long, you get it open, not all the way like you normally would have it, but enough to easily pass in and out of it. It's open by, it's about like 2 feet wide, a little less than 2 feet wide.
All right, I'm gonna gingerly peek my head in and see what's
You
what.
kind of have to move your shoulder through and look around the corner. And you can see the orb just floating there,
Orb.
lightly spinning. All around it, in like every direction, very slightly bowed metal. And
Centered on the orb.
centered around the orb. And that little flinging speck that you saw,
Mm-hmm.
completely gone. But what you do see are these little blobs all around the inside, and they drip a little bit. And you recognize it. It looks identical to the substance you just saw in the airlock.
Fuck me.
The dead translucent goo.
That's right. And with that, we're going to go to break for a moment, just real quick, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Stick around, everybody. we're back. And I got the map working. Now all I had to do was restart it. I don't know why. Hey, what's up, J5? There's a run-on sentence there. Let's do this. Oh, you can see my mouse on top of that one for some reason, huh? Or not. No, you can. That's good, so I can point things out. So they are here now at Gabriel. You missed a couple things there, J5. They ended up having a misjump, which moved them all the way from here all the way down to here. Which is 25 parsecs away from where they were, and a little bit less than that away from where they were eventually trying to go. So they're having to deal with that now. A lot of things have
We're playing a different game now. It's a different game.
In a pretty different area. Well, it's not that different of an area, but you're not too far away. You're only like if you were trying to get to Tarsus, if you look at that, that's only a few parsecs into District 268. So it's across all of Egrin.
Shortcut.
And then a little bit into Depressed. So it's like... it's 2 subsectors away there. It's a pretty big jump of space. Not an untold, amount of travel for a ship, but...
Not Voyager, yeah. It's like a year.
It's
In a week. It's pretty impressive for a week.
9 months to a year to get back, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's a year older. You got some more stories.
Yeah, it's going to take basically at least 9 months to get back on this ship if they were going to go back there. Which is kind of what they're talking about right now. But let's go ahead and... What is this right now? Head back into Dixon here, who had opened up the secret compartment and was looking at the orb and the interior of this space, which looks to be covered in the viscera of exploded whatever you want to call the life form that you have now discovered. The orb seems to have cleaned itself of it, and it was somewhat explosive as a result. There is as I said earlier, it was hot in here. As you step into the space, it is kind of warm still, right? But it's not like awful, and the little blobs drip in a couple areas, but there's not much left. It just kind of got splattered all over. As I said, everything's bowed out very, very slightly around, even the floor a little bit, where the orb floats. But other than that, it's not particularly damaged. You don't hear any like leaks or anything like that. So there's no like hydrogen leaking in.
At least.
I mean, the ship did not unravel.
The orb looks undamaged. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So, quick
Process
update
on that.
from the smuggler's hold. The orb is back. If I had to guess,
Oh yeah,
I
that
would
sense of
say,
pressure is gone too that you felt earlier when you were in here.
I would say it defended itself against some of the slime. There's slime in this room too, but it's the kind of the new inert type. It just kind of got splattered everywhere. So it looks like the orb has just exploded to get rid of this ship. Maybe by closing the door and putting it into the dark, maybe that's what triggered, set things off, I guess. I don't know. But the ship seems to be mostly intact, nothing leaking. I'll leave the door open for now, but the orb's back, so that's good, I guess. Dixon out.
Oh. All right.
And I will go use the cargo loader and put the crate full of monkeys on the cargo lift and run it upstairs.
All right. Worked. There we go. So you use the crane to move it over. The crate full of monkeys, in this case, being the corpse of what you suspect to be a queen in the crate. Push it onto the cargo loader, or not the loader itself, but the actual elevator, cargo elevator, with the loader crane, and then step onto it yourself, disengage the crane, and raise to the main cargo hold now, as opposed to the lower cargo hold.
Then I will load it onto a cart.
The cart, so to note, it's not like an open container. You put the lid on it, we said.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so you're taking it to what?
On the cart.
Okay.
And moving it to the airlock.
Okay, it's not too difficult to move this single crate. It's not really designed to go through the airlocks, like the Iris airlocks on the ship, because these are more meant to be loaded from the actual completely lowered ramp that you're standing on as you
Sure.
are out in space, or not out in space, but like landed, or maybe out in space. But you can move them one at a time if you've separated them very carefully through with a fair amount of effort through these airlocks, which would take you forever to do if you were going to actually load the ship this way. But moving one isn't too difficult of a task, though sometimes it's probably more than a one-man job. But you have the cargo crane in here, which you can use to push and pull a little bit if you need to, and then you've also got like a cart, like it's a small, like 4-wheel, like literally a wheel, like not like a grab cart or anything fancy, that you loaded onto, and it's not particularly heavy because it only has the one thing in it. So, I will I'll just, which is an alien queen. So I will, or at least you suspect it is. So, I will have you roll a athletics strength, I think, to get it pulled through the ship. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Perfect, right on the dot. You're doing a lot of those tonight. It's interesting. So, managing to get it, the wheels kind of caught on the cart a couple times. You have to kind of like crawl uncomfortably over it and push it from behind a little bit, but before too long, you manage to get it back to here.
Hey, Dixon.
Yeah.
You can see him just kind of like pulling it back over the little lip of the iris valve that dips slightly into the floor to allow you to wheel things, but this is so wide that it kind of clips on the sides a little bit and still has to go over this lip, whereas the middle of it is, you know, like normal wheelchair width or whatever, you'd be able to just like wheel through, because the iris valve tips down below the actual floor level. This is just so big and heavy that he literally has to bring it up over the edges here that come out of the side.
Yeah, I'm ready to ask you for some sleeping pills and take a big long nap, and I'm not gonna go to sleep with this motherfucking queen on this motherfucking ship. So, any last words?
I mean, you really want to just put it out in space, as is?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You think that's a good idea?
Wait, what? Compared to the cloud we already just launched? Yeah, this thing's dead. I mean, we don't have like a cold storage or like a alien decomp storage.
The second light touches this thing, it's going to just revert back to the way it was, and then it's a fucking problem.
I mean, there was
what
a
if
little
the
bit of
next
light
ship
down
doesn't
there.
figure all this out?
Well, I'm okay. What's the play here then?
We have any more liquid nitrogen?
We are fucking a billion miles from home. Like, I haven't slept in God knows how many hours. I got time to make more nitrogen. Look, wherever this thing we don't even know where this thing came from. Somebody fucking spiked our ship. They sabotaged our ship. They caused all this bullshit, so...
You only touched this with your bionic arm, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's dead. But, well, if you shine a flashlight on it, it does squirm a little bit. That's
That's what I'm worried
box.
about. So it looks like they can. So as it is,
We can hit it with the pulse lasers once we eject it.
oh, that's terrible. Like what?
Make you
No,
feel better.
listen. That's the opposite of making me feel better. This thing is inert as long as it's in that box.
Mm-hmm. We think.
No, listen. From everything that we've seen, if we just go by what we've seen, all the facts, it's inert in that box.
We don't have all the facts.
All the facts that we have, listen, it's inert in the box, right? The thing that activated these things was a human being, a corpse, being controlled by these fucking things. If that organism gets into any one of us, I don't know how it took control of Mary Larson. Mary Larson's fucking dead.
Corey.
As far as I know, that's Mary fucking Larson in that box in my fucking med lab.
Yeah, we're gonna
Corey
check
Larson,
that bitch
but-
too.
Corey, whatever her name was, she's dead.
Not according to
Look,
Wells.
name anymore.
Look. We don't know how this whole thing started. Everything was
Right.
inert. Everything was in stasis, and somehow this whole thing got triggered.
not
And
Larson.
maybe it's this. Maybe it's
Larson
this
was
queen.
never in stasis. Larson was never in stasis. If-
What did you put in stasis then?
That's what the thing is. Intelligent.
That's your reason not to space it right now. I'm worried. I mean, there's some process. There's some trigger that makes all this thing.
Light,
How do we know it's not going to happen
energy,
again?
light.
This thing, this
Ener-
bitch right here might have different rules, different whole other ball game, and whatever happens to wake her up.
So far, she's followed the
and
same
she
rules
starts
as everything
shitting
else.
eggs. She starts shitting eggs everywhere, and all of our.
We didn't need her to lay
crates.
eggs in the first place.
Where'd the eggs come from, bro?
The fucking infrared light made eggs. It's
What
it's
infrared
like
light?
me and Steroya shine infrared light on this
Yeah.
black ooze,
Yeah.
and it's like
Why-
it's a genetic blueprint. It's a blueprint in its core, in its DNA. It can rebuild structures. It can regenerate itself. It can recreate itself with energy. It converts energy into matter. You put this thing out there like you just did with that other thing, we are all fucking dead.
Yeah, you saw that.
I can't believe Steruya did this. We are fucking unleashing the most heinous thing out there. I mean, technically it was already out there, so maybe we
don't
didn't
know
do
where it
anything
was.
so bad.
I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about half the crates.
The
in
only
our
reason we
cargo
survived at all
holds-
is because of Wells.
Yeah, I one more reason to get this motherfucker off our ship. The crates.
They were
half the
seemed to be
crates,
after him.
The
They did seem to
crates
be after him.
were filled with eggs. The lids were off. How did all that happen? Not
Larson
infrared.
Larson opened the lids.
Open the lids. The eggs
Larson's
were in
corpse.
the eggs were already in the boxes.
Ooze. The eggs or the ooze was. As soon as light touched it, it started forming. She opened the lid on these things day one.
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know if we know that. She might have been the queen who has some sort of weird infiltration bullshit, and then she spewed
The queen
shit
was in
into
this
these boxes.
Larson.
Did the box just happen? Did the boxes just happen to all be on the top shelf,
If you put,
filled with ooze? No.
if the queen came out of Miss Larson,
she spit the ooze into the boxes,
Right,
and
yes.
then it ate the contents
light.
of the boxes.
no, it took the light. She opened the lid off.
The light, and then they grew, and then the ooze turned into eggs, and it ate the contents of the boxes. The first box we
Right.
found had like broken shit in it.
So the queen that you have in this box was inside of Larson, controlling her. So the queen is intelligent, but we also saw that everything is connected somehow because the stuff that was in the airlock was causing the stuff in my med lab to react.
Right.
So the queen is linked as well.
Yeah. I'm guessing she's a
So
bad bitch.
so I don't think the
I'm guessing
queen
she's
really
some
matters.
sort of like infiltration.
I'm
thing.
guessing the queen just comes from the ooze also, maybe. Like, it just
I'm
creates
sure
what
she
it
did.
needs.
I'm sure she did, but somehow this whole thing was an attack. Clearly, whether someone used the ooze to attack us or whether the ooze itself attacked us, we don't know, or how it started, but I'm going to guess that we don't want this queen aboard this ship anymore.
We don't need it. There's no other option. We have to keep it until we can destroy it.
All right, I'm gonna leave this box right here, and it's on you. It's on you.
All right.
So some shit happens.
We'll take it. I'd rather this on me than the death of thousands.
The death of thousands. What are you talking about? Space is a big place. These things.
Full of people.
These things are full of people. It's mostly just full of space.
Whatever these are, they're not from our sector. They're not from our quadrant. They're not from our side of space.
How are you some sort of expert on these things? We don't know any of that.
I'm a xeno goddamn biologist.
How did it get inside this bitch? How did it get inside and eat all our organs? When did that happen and why? We don't know.
It happened on Flammarion. It happened when Wells. It happened when Wells was
So Wells
there.
did it? Was he involved? What did he do?
No, they're after him. Whoever Wells is involved with, something or someone is against it.
Did they follow him back from wherever they found him in the middle of nowhere? Did he cause this misjump? I'm gonna ask. I want to stay ready to look over the logs. We gotta figure out what the fuck happened.
With the jump. What did you see?
My
You
instincts
saw
telling me. My instincts telling me that this thing right here in this box is some sort of infiltration killer, and you want to keep it around instead of jettisoning it out with all the other space trash that's out there. Who knows? There's things could be out there, not out there. I mean, maybe we can shoot it towards like nothing. It's just gonna float
I don't think
forever
that the shape of
in a
I don't
box.
think
We're gonna keep it in the box, so it's gonna be inert. Beautiful.
You want to shoot our garbage into the sun?
Well, apparently, from what you were saying, that's a bad idea because they like
We might
are
make some
immune to
super
heat.
kaiju thing.
Well, again, we're gonna be gone by the time that happens.
Like, you can't run forever from everything. I know that's what we're all doing here, but eventually
Space
it'll
is real
catch us.
big.
All right, so you
We're
want to keep
talking-
this? Do you also want to keep the zombie that's back in your lab?
Oh, I thought you forgot about it.
No, I remember about that motherfucker too. You know, the one that got up what 2 times, 3 times, keeps getting up. Is it up right now? Is
I
it
want to
eating
figure it
Mishka
out.
right now? I don't fucking know because I
Mishka's-
can't be
what?
everywhere in this goddamn ship at the same time, and I haven't slept for fucking days, and I need to go to bed. So what are we gonna do?
Ryder's right there.
Doctor.
I
what are we
grab
doing?
Only
him
cares
by the
about
shoulders.
only cares about the wolf.
I grab him by the shoulders. I'm like,
You think the
Dixon,
captain's
Dixon,
gonna defend Mishka with that
Dixon, it's
piece
all right.
of shit little
It's all
pea
right.
shooter he uses? No.
It worked
Zombie's gonna
once.
fucking
It worked
get him.
once. It's all right. I'll help you. I'll help you here. I hand him my flask. I'll help you get some sleep. I'll take care of this thing in the
what
box.
are we doing? All right, you're gonna. Okay.
You're getting some sleep.
Okay.
I'm taking care of this thing in the box. You're gonna forget all about bodies in cupboards.
Yeah. All right. What?
I'm gonna check on Mishka, Steruya, and Ryder, and make sure that everyone's okay.
What do you
Ryder
got?
should be back on his feet and be able to pilot us to the gas giant in no time. We'll figure this out. But I don't
All right.
want to
All right.
unleash this thing without knowing fully what it is that we're doing.
Well, that's good. Famous last words. Yeah. Just go ahead and put him back on the dissection table and.
Thanks for the
and
follow,
then
Deegan.
Just. Good luck. Good luck. At least lock your door when you do that, so that it only gets you and not everybody else. All right,
I'm with
going to
me.
bed.
All right. Give me that
Get
flask
some of
back.
What do you got? What do you got in the way of sleeping pills?
I got plenty. Come here, follow me. I'll take him back to the med bay. I'll
Right after giving him a flask.
I'm gonna
Right.
leave the queen in the airlock and shut the airlock door. But it's in the
Hey,
box.
Deegan.
And I'm not done
Okay.
in the airlock. I want to come back and get that inert goo
So-
and scoop that up too.
With you
course
two
you
there,
do.
with you
Of course
two
you
there
do.
moving it or whatever, it's not that difficult to move the cart
Oh,
over
man.
the one lip into the airlock, and it just barely fits with the with the box and the cart it's on. Its door's closed. You can kind of like still see it in there, but it's like because you're looking at this little hole and it's this big box. It's like kind of covers most of it, but you can still see the thing. And it's still sealed.
All right, good.
It's still sealed, so I want you to be thinking about that box at all times. Just wondering, is now the time that it opened? Fuck, I don't know.
Oh, look, the GoPro. I tap on the GoPro that we have on the
Beautiful.
fucking...
You got it all figured out, dog. And I'll take some pills.
Let's get you to sleep this.
And I'll grab the flask and take a little swig.
Okay. You head back into the med bay.
Hey, how you doing, Mishka? You doing all
Perks up
right?
She's
when
fine
you
now,
walk
yeah.
in. Yeah. Mechanically,
Alright,
she is
well-
at full health now, so just so you know.
You did good on her, dog. Appreciate that. Come on, Mishka. Let's go get some sleep.
Good girl.
She'll follow you when you tell her that.
How's Ryder
Go
doing?
back to your quarters.
How's you doing, Ryder? I like slap my knees. I ruffle his head.
Is Captain awake?
We said he was taking a nap, but all that happened. It's about an hour and 30.
Captain,
so-
alien Queen's over in the airlock. You take that up with the doc. I'm going to bed. I'm off, dude.
Here, I toss him a couple pretty low grade painkillers. Basically, like ibuprofen, but it's like I tell him it's stronger.
Okay.
It's like, here's the good stuff. Hands of like cheap crap.
Yeah. Only because he's been drinking.
By this point, it's 6:40 p.m. Which means, Ryder, you are about 5 hours away from being full health. So if you want to move around on your feet and stuff slowly now, you can. You just can't roll any skill checks.
How's it going, Captain?
Been better, been worse, but you know, a couple days down isn't too bad.
Yeah. I mean, not much happened. You didn't miss a whole lot.
Haven't needed a pilot or anything.
Ah, no, we've been good. We,
I had a dream that we like went where we weren't supposed to or something.
where no one
Or
has
some
been before,
alien?
you could say.
I'm just
Uh,
messing with you,
Delta
Doc.
Quadrant.
Morphine's real good though. We should make sure we keep that stocked.
I checked the supplies. There's not much left.
Zero.
You've been hitting this button quite a bit, huh?
It was real close, and you know.
And I'll put the timer
Real
on there next
good.
time, maybe.
I don't think it actually will technically let him overdose himself. So
Okay, alright. That's an interesting thought, though, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're out of jump drive at least. The orb is back. That's good. Seems to
Okay.
be pretty destructive though. Every time we come out of jump, I feel like this could happen. I don't know if it's worth traveling with this thing very much if it's going to kill us. It's pretty scary.
So with that, we'll jump over to Sterulia for a moment. Wait, where's your token? Yeah, there he is. Sterulia, you by this point have prepared the food we had spoke about. So you can. What are you gonna do?
Hell, I thought I was cooking lunch.
Oh well, I mean we're moving back in time a little bit for you during the food cooking because we moved forward
Yeah.
for all that stuff to take place. So we're jumping back to you when you were cooking the food. You already made your roll. It was a success, not astounding or anything, but Is there anything you want to do in particular up here? Otherwise, I just wanted to get position your character so we know where everything's happening.
No, nothing in particular. Just make sure everybody's fed. Wells is okay.
Okay. He doesn't ever, as you're talking to him and stuff, occasionally as he's watching you, etc., cook and stuff and looking at it with curiosity, he doesn't really exhibit the kind of completely clueless nature that Wells previously was. In fact, it seems like he understands how things work a bit more. He sits down in the chair in a way that you might expect a normal person to, as opposed to doing it in this weird, awkward way. A few of these little idiosyncrasies like that creep in, but he still looks on at you with what you're doing with a great kind of amount of like confusion and curiosity. But there is sort of a wonder there that persisted from both the previous old Wells and the new young Wells. But he never goes by Wells. He never called himself Wells or anything like that. All he says when you talk to him occasionally is Joseph. He talks about himself as Joseph.
Joey.
After you serve the food, he begins to eat. And he eats like you might expect Wells to eat. He eats quite a bit. But not quite as much as Wells was eating. Wells was like a 7-foot tall version of this guy, basically. And so he eats a lot more than you might expect a person his size to eat, but it's only basically like 3 servings, not like 20 servings that Wells might have actually been able to do. Like, because Wells would eat like an uncanny amount of food sometimes. He eats a large amount of what is served and seems happy to do so. Other passengers come out and take food and sit down happily and eat it along with him. And the one thing that you do find odd is in the middle of all this, they kind of sit down happily. They all seem like they recognize him. None of them are like, oh, who's this kid here or anything like that, or where'd that other guy go? They all kind of turn and are very kind to him and stuff. And a couple of times you even notice them call him Joseph, even though you've never heard him say it to them. But they sit down and happily eat. They seem very, very calm. There is a light amount of conversation between them, but it's mostly just about the food, or what's on the vid screen, and stuff like that. They don't address Wells very often, but the few times that they do, it's just like him, like, could you please pass the, wherever, and I'm like, oh, here you go, Joseph, that kind of a thing.
Yeah. All right, well, if they're no longer an issue, I'll go prepare a report for the captain.
So you're going back down?
Yeah, I'll go to my quarters.
All right.
To do that.
So as you head back down the elevator, them still sitting there eating happily, pretty much all of them turn towards you, and all of them just say, bye.
I'm fucking done. This sucks. We're so fucking getting that 1 star again.
No, he's got the mind juice on him.
They're charmed as soon as they get away from him.
This is going to be our whole gimmick for the whole campaign. We're going to keep Wells on board, and he's just going to, we're going to totally fuck him over, and then just be like, oh, this was the best trip I've ever had. Wow.
They took me to new places.
I feel like it was a whole vacation.
I got to travel so much further than what I
get him to write
for.
the review before the charm wears off.
Yeah. Fuck.
Okay, so you come back down the elevator to the crew level. That would be deck B, technically. Often referred to as crew deck. But, yep. So you come down the elevator, you head off to your quarters. And begin writing a report for your captain. So you want to do an investigation as to what happened with the mixture. Is what I was hearing. Is that right?
Me? No, I was just gonna make a report. For now, in between lunch and dinner, just make a report to list all the crazy shit that's happened so the captain knows what's going on.
Oh, okay. I'll say that'll probably take about an hour to write all that up properly.
Briefing.
Yeah. And then once that's done, I'll go and deliver it to him.
Okay, so that'll take about an hour. Dixon's asleep. Assuming you can't actually sleep, Dixon, which I think is going to be more of a in-character question at this point, because you were given sleeping pills, so I'm not going to make you roll to be like, can he actually fall asleep? But if you out of character don't want to be able to fall asleep as a role-playing thing, then that's totally fine. So, does Dixon fall asleep? So it's a question I'm asking.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's anything specifically that he's like totally messed up over. So he's good.
Okay. Well, in that case, then I would say
like wired.
Mishka follows him straight into the room and paces around for a moment at the foot of the bed while you kind of throw your shotgun to the side and like your jacket off or whatever else to get comfortable enough, and you kind of fall over on the bed on top of the covers, maybe your shirt off but your pants still on, or maybe still like your boots on or something to that nature. And Mishka kind of seeing this, I guess maybe you left your door open too, it looks like. Mishka kind of seeing this, just kind of just like watches you fall over.
She would close the door.
Curls down on the. I mean, you joke, but you probably could actually. They are smart enough.
I was serious.
They probably, yeah. I mean, she really could. She can't open doors on the ship, so it's like their thing. She settles down at the foot of your bed, and she probably would close the door and just kind of look at you a couple times to make sure you're all right. But you fall asleep before your head fully depresses the absolute squishiness of this lovely pillow that seems extra lovely tonight. Sort of that hunger makes the best spice type of thing, whereas exhaustion makes for the best sleep. And Dixon is out, so stay where he is writing. We'll head on down back to Ryder and Roman so you can continue your conversation or do whatever you want to do.
I just figured
We'll
mechanically, like
time.
we all cannot be awake for like indefinitely, right?
That's correct. I will note though, you guys are not traveling at the moment. You're just sitting still, so nobody has to be on the bridge technically, but nobody is on the bridge. So when I say sitting still, you're not actually ever sitting still in space, but you don't have engines on.
It's about 7 o'clock. He's about 3-4 hours away from being okay fully.
Yeah. Well, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, yeah, about 4 hours, yeah.
When can I get out of this stupid wheelchair?
Just a little bit, my friend. I just want to be certain there's not going to be any long-lasting side effects. You were very badly injured, my friend. I don't know. Like, it's very great. I'm very grateful I got to you when I did, basically. I'm really surprised.
Touch my scars.
Found you out of all of us. If I went straight to you.
I mean, it knows who's badass. What can I say?
You did.
They're intelligent creatures.
Technically, 3 went up top, and 1 went to the bridge.
I survived because of Mishka.
3 went to Wells, basically.
No, they went up top. They didn't necessarily go to Wells. They went to they made it as far as the crew, or shit. I always say it's crew commons, passenger commons, and Wells started hitting them when in passenger commons, which is why some people saw it, and then they started coming after him after he started attacking, and he backed up into his.
Oh, okay.
He was like backing up as they were attacking at him, and they got him. They both sprayed him, and so he was really hurt, but he killed them all.
Okay. Regardless, 1 definitely went to the bridge, and it fucking knew where it was going, it seemed like.
They did go straight to the bridge. Yep.
Must have known at least what a bridge was. You know, in order to, this thing's alien as hell, dude. I don't think the rest of you guys understand how alien this really is. And I pull out the some of the no.
The video you're watching?
No. I'm gonna go to, I'll be right back. I want to clean up the rest of the little bit of translucent goo that was in the airlock that didn't escape the gravity.
Well, I'll say when you put the other thing in there, you could have collected that out if you want.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right. I have that then, and I'm going to,
'Cause there's no roll for that, so.
cool. I'm just gonna put it under a microscope and check it out. I'm also gonna throw it on the monitor while I'm looking into the microscope screen.
There's no roll for this one because it's so simple. It is a very loose amount of like cellulose and essentially just simple plant matter mixed in with what is almost certainly like 98% water. It's basically just water and dead plant. And the percentage of dead plant is not particularly high. It's mostly just water.
Moving?
It's all dead. It's like you took a bunch of dead seaweed and put it in a blender and then threw it in like just a few particulates of it, the smallest amounts of like microscopic bits in with water. And the coloration of those bits a very slight amber.
I'm gonna isolate just a small fraction of it, and I'm in a petri dish like before, and I'm gonna attempt the UV experiment on it.
Okay. It's no reaction at all. There's no movement of any kind. In addition to that, you can see this plant matter. When I say that, I don't mean cells. There's no complete cells. It's like all the cells burst.
Okay.
Probably from vacuum. Because they no longer had their protective barrier.
Now, in character, I would not know what it did when it was spaced, but
Only what you were told. And described.
And what it sounds like
Dixon did tell you that
sounds different.
When it was spaced, it turned into a gas and then disappeared. And then he said that
there was roots forming in it.
The one
too.
inside, not roots, just little kind of like discolorations, like veins of color, right, in a gas cloud. And then it kind of those spread out to the edges, and then it just disappeared. And looked like just a floating little bit of water there. But then the stuff in the airlock did the exact same thing, but none of that left, right? It just all fell to the ground because of the gravity, and it just sat there and boiled in vacuum until the airlock cycled.
So, Ryder, my biggest question is, it looks like Stereo did it. It looks like it's dead, but from what the description that I heard, why didn't this one disappear? Like, besides just being caught in our gravity, did it disperse into vaporization, or did it?
I mean, because you've already made all the rolls and stuff, I'll just say it's like that part remained in vacuum, this part did not. This part went back to pressure. Right. So it didn't fully disperse into mist.
Okay, but yeah, that's what happened to it.
There's probably is still out there. It's just water in space, which will crystallize eventually to ice or whatever, but it's just inert water. If it's the same thing.
Well. Alright. This stuff's dead. Alright, that's good news. And then
Ryder's doing squeeze in his wheelchair.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna look.
Make an athletics dexterity check, Ryder.
Oh God, you're gonna injure yourself again.
What? Athletics dexterity.
So by the way, he did say he's doing it. If you look at the chat, that's not me like.
I see it. No, I see it.
Said that.
Which is that's
Okay,
funny.
I
He's
guess
been doing that.
it's gonna have to just be dexterity then. Here we go.
No, it's
I'm gonna
it's.
hit my
Oh
head
yeah,
or
you
something.
don't have the skill. Okay, so yeah, that's a failure. So you do. So you get it going a little bit. It's not enough of a failure to like cause you to like injure yourself or anything like that. You don't fall backwards, but you're never able to keep it up. You're just like loot.
Okay.
You're never actually able to like pull it up and hold it there. You try a
Careful
few
now.
times. Probably bump into Roman a little bit. A couple first times you do it.
Ignore it.
The little wheels are like hitting his shin.
They're
I'm
spinning
trying to
around.
pull it up.
I will grab some of the box of corpse bit from one of the drawers.
Okay, so you pull out the buckets. and
I'll
open
pull
one
out a
of them.
little one. I'll look at it. Does it react to the light?
Very, very, very slightly. It does.
I'll close it and I'll put it back in the drawer.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to open the drawer. I'm going to take one of them. I'm going to
One of
separate
them, like a whole bucket.
the smaller one that I was just peering into.
The
I'm going to
buckets
take
are
that
the
one
same
back out.
size. You melted down a whole human body into 2 buckets basically. There's two big tall buckets.
Okay, I'll take one of them. Can I tell if like the organic material is disappearing any?
Do you want to? I mean, you'd have to put it under a scope or something to actually look at that.
I'll do that. I'll just take a little bit and put it under a scope.
Okay.
Well, it used to be a human body, right? So I think what
Yeah.
he's asking is their bones still there.
Okay. I mean, if you want to do an examination, you can do that.
Yeah, I'll look and see if there's just like bones and hair.
You pull
anything,
some
like-
out onto like an examination tray and sit there on the counter and pull out instruments, put on your gloves, and begin to take a closer examination. Kind of, you have like an old-fashioned, like actual style, like those shit, what are they called? Those like magnetic sheets. You know what I'm talking about? Like an actual like plastic sheet that has magnetic, but it's like on a little arm that you stretch up over the whole top that's above it, just so you can like get a good look at it without putting any extra light on it other than what's in the
Oh,
ambient room.
magnifying.
Yeah, so you can get a look with your eye.
Not magnetic.
Not magnetic, no. Magnifying
Okay,
glass.
okay.
So
Yeah.
using your instruments, getting in there, I'm gonna need you to make a roll.
Okay.
So I would say this roll is biology, not xenology. Science. I would say in this instance, because you're dealing with something pretty unknown, probably int. So yeah, int biology. As opposed to education.
I forgot to ask the difficulty.
It would have been 8. Sorry to say. Or David said. So that's a success with +1 effect. Okay. So let's move you over there, I guess, just for the thematic nature of it all. All right. Doing an exam there. Ryder just kind of sitting here watching on the screen, I guess.
Trying to do wheelies.
Trying to do wheelies. Trying and failing still to do wheelies.
Mm-hmm.
It looks as though it is still at a state. So doing the examination here more closely, and especially in this state after you've like got more context for everything that you and with a +1 effect, with more context for everything, you pulling it apart, taking a look. It seems as though this is indeed there are indeed like residual bits of that solution, the actual dead form of it, and there's still some that isn't dead, but it's very slowly transitioning from one state to the other, and you can
From
see
alive to dead?
yeah, the body itself, the actual physical human bits themselves are desiccating very, very, very
Drying
slowly.
up.
Yes, drying up. Literally like before your eyes. Like when you get in there, you can see it happening. Kind of. It is a slow. It is a slow process. It is like it probably will take a couple hours more for it to happen to all of it, but it is happening. You can see some of it where it's gone through the most is the actual bone part that you saw that was cartilage before, and that is just flaking away like powder.
I'm gonna try and isolate some of the living matter.
Okay, so that will be a procedure. It won't be too difficult of a check. I think for this instance, I'm gonna just need another biology roll, but because you're doing this is gonna be like an actual, like quick kind of surgical procedure type of thing. So I'm gonna make you do it with dexterity.
Okay.
It's gonna be a dexterity science biology. Traveller is a fun system with skill checks.
Oh, come on.
No, snake eyes. Every time you try to get a little bit, it dies right before you manage to pull it into the nano syringe. You do a couple of times manage to pull living bits into the nano syringe, and then when you look in there, it's died inside the capsule. And before you know it, it's like you're chasing this thing that keeps running away from you. But, oh hey, thanks Dreaded. Really appreciate you showing up, bud. But I really appreciate you saying that too. Dreaded DMs, our GM is an awesome streamer, by the way. Everybody should watch him. Great Australian RP streamer. Anyway, so with the extraction of this bit and seeing it die in the nano syringe, you're getting desperate, continuing to look and look and look and look, but unfortunately, you're never able to actually extract enough for it to stay alive. And maybe it was always impossible. You don't know. But I will give you one thing. This close examination of all this tissue here in this lab, those little pricks that you found before, those little holes on the interior of this, what would be the torso, but now kind of vivisected, chopped off from before from your examination, from your ridiculous autopsy earlier. Now that it's starting to desiccate and you can kind of see the line marks and all of these things, that part, that's the only part that seems like it was actually artificial. They're surgical injections.
The parts inside of the body?
Yeah. Yes. You're chasing these samples down this whole time. Right, Ryder, you kind of stop trying to do the wheelie thing and turn to your left as you see Roman kind of freaking out and trying to get more. And there's a clank as he knocks over a couple of instruments, and one of his like empty beakers falls over as he's trying to get sample syringe after sample syringe after sample syringe, eventually running out of syringes, all of them filled with nothing but bits of desiccated matter floating in a suspension of water and dead plant.
Can I shine some UV light into it?
Sure. You shine the light, including some of the other spectrums as you kind of twist the knob, which I guess we decided they were knobs now, because we said knob enough time on it. But yeah, it doesn't react.
I pull the other one out of
the
drawer.
Okay. As soon as you grab it and pull it out, you can tell it feels lighter.
I rip it open and I shine UV light into it.
All you see is a dust rising out.
Fuck. I check my petri dish with the little samples in it.
The petri dish with the samples have already gone through the process. They did that earlier.
I go, Ryder, wait here for a second. And I'm going to grab a couple kit, like a little med kit off the counter, and I'm going to go to the airlock. I'm going to open the airlock. I'm going to open the box with the queen in it.
Space
oh, so you're going to go down there? All right.
No, I'm kidding.
Okay, so we follow you. We follow you on down in there.
I'm going to look in the window.
You go past Ryder.
And then make sure the box is still in there. I'm going to make sure the lid's not off the box before I open the door.
Right. I mean, you could have done that from the GoPro you set up on the screen in there, too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So whatever you wanted to have done, it's fine. You already set up the means to do whatever you wanted.
I didn't have the foresight when I left the room to change
yeah,
the channel.
you were kind of in a huff anyway, like freaking
Yeah.
out, right? So you go down to the end, you look through the hole, and what you see is a box. It's not open. It just looks like a closed box.
All right, I go into the airlock.
All
I
right.
kick the box.
Opens up. Hurts your foot a little bit.
I
Big
open the box.
All right. Hold on, let me fix it then. Okay, so you open the box, and inside the box, what you see is a kind of the corpse of this reddish bug, but it seems strange. It's
I
not
grab
like the
some
one
samples.
It's not like the one you saw before, right? This one's redder, and stuff. But in addition to that, it seems much, much smaller now.
Like same proportions. Just
Same
shrunken?
proportions, roughly, but kind of shrunken down, and sort of like a like dried out looking, like a dead bug that's been sitting there for a really long time.
I'm gonna grab some wet samples.
So you're gonna try and gather some samples from it?
Yes. I was thinking if I could like bring it with me, but it's in that big ass box still. I don't think I can grab that by myself.
Right, and so how long has this thing been in that box? Let me check real quick. Okay, yeah, it is possible, but it's just going to be a very, very difficult roll. So, or just difficult roll, not a very, very difficult. The actual difficulty is difficult, but I said very, very difficult because that's what I feel like. But that's not an actual official thing in Traveller. Very difficult is, and very difficult is. I'm trying not to be confusing, but it is confusing. So anyway, it's going to be a difficult roll, and it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be int biology. You're like kind of crawling on top of all this stuff at this point. Ryder's
Do I
made
get
his
any
way into his quarters by now.
pluses for my med kit or anything like that?
We can see Ryder's using the toilet. And the other. Sorry, what were you saying? I was distracted by Ryder.
Do I get any pluses for using my kit?
Let's see. Which one?
I grabbed a kit I figured would be... I knew I was coming in here for this, so I grabbed a kit that I assumed would be good for it from my med lab. I have... What is it? It was like a field surgery kit.
Oh, so what you would get? So yeah, because this isn't
I
a
have a
medical
med
role,
kit
that wouldn't
TL10.
count. But if you had a research laboratory on aboard ship, you would get a bonus for it.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I don't, so I will roll.
You have a
Science,
med bay
biology.
instead, which is probably a good thing because one of you almost died. So.
Weak
Oh.
sauce.
Once again, you feel like it's the same thing. Like you're trying to chase down a viable sample. The one thing that you do manage to get that's usable is data on it all, but no living samples. The form of the bug, though, does not completely crumble. Bits of it do, but it stays there, petrified in place, unmoving and inert. This time it's about the size of a football, like an American football. Think
I'll
of
put a
pineapple.
glove on it and I'll pick it up.
Okay.
And I'll take it back to my med lab.
You notice it's pretty brittle. Like as soon as your fingers touch it, it doesn't break away, but it starts to a little bit. So you kind of have to very carefully cup it under your hands and bring it. But it's not particularly difficult to do so. One thing that you do note though is this awful sulfurous smell that permeates the airlock, but it kind of goes away as the scrubbers clean it out.
All right, I'll bring it back to the med lab and I'll just Is there a way?
Spider's not in here anymore, you notice as you come in, but
Oh.
probably don't care.
Yeah, I don't at this moment. I'm gonna preserve it if I can. Probably with like formaldehyde if I have any.
Yeah, I would say like in your med bay you could put it in basically a sealable like beaker of some kind,
Alright.
and fill it with some biological preservative thing like that. I mean, it won't do anything to preserve the actual cellular structure of it, right? But it will maintain it so you can kind of see it, so it won't crumble away and stuff.
Yeah, I've got the data on the or the data on the biological process and nature of it, I guess.
Okay.
God, I want a fucking living sample of that fucking shit.
So I'll say to basically preserve this thing and make it like something that you can use in research at all in the future in any fashion. It won't be a difficult role. It'll be a routine role for you, but it will still be a science biology role, but it'll be a science biology education because it's a thing that you would learn to have done, and it's as a doctor in med school, etc. Okay, yeah, so it's perfectly preserved in this thing. It doesn't look like it'll ever crumble away. In its
Easily
current
did that. Come on, rolls. Dude, the dice literally did not want me to get a fucking living sample.
state. Yeah, you kept chasing it. I don't know what to tell you.
I wanted to
Dice tell
Naomi
the
that
story they
shit.
want.
I wanted to Naomi it. I want to fucking hide a little bit of it somewhere and like not tell anybody about it. Just keep it.
That's your proto molecule.
Oh yeah, that was my proto molecule, man. My Roman molecule.
So you chase this sample down for several hours trying to get this done. It never happens, but as far as you can tell, your ship is now clean of these bugs.
I don't feel good.
A few hours go
Knock
by.
Knock a plate off the counter. I just sit down and I drink. Yeah, I just start drinking.
Oh, that's good. All right, a few hours pass by. With all of that, Dixon's still asleep comfortably in his bed. Sterulia, you will have completed your report for the captain at this point, so if you want to go ahead and handle that.
Yeah, I'll track him down.
You put him on comms, so you can just call him up on the intercom and find out where he's at.
Well, he and I both have a comm dot, so I just call him on that.
Okay, go ahead.
Captain, where are you?
Hey, Cerulean, I'm on the bridge.
Oh, okay. I have a report for you.
Oh, fantastic. Let's hear it.
Hand it to you.
Let's see it.
He hands you like a 25-page document.
Oh,
But, virtual
All right.
pages, probably on some tablet, not actual paper.
I'm just like swiping through. Okay. Executive summary. Summarize it for me a bit.
Well, we are no longer on course. We are in a different subsector of space. Joseph Wells has placated the passengers, and they currently only really wish to go back to one of the export routes. And some minor repairs are needed, but I can handle that tomorrow.
Okay. Perfect. That sounds like some good news there.
Yeah, bugs are dead. We're in normal space, and the bulk of our cargo is untouched.
Okay, so we just need to find somewhere to sell it. and drop these people off. And
Yep.
we're still on course, just on a different course.
Well,
Shortcut.
might as well forget the course. That doesn't exist anymore. We need new destination.
Okay, well, let's get the repairs done.
But
So
yes,
we
we are
can
also
take off when I'm healed up.
136 hours from the gas giant for refueling.
Okay,
Once you start moving, you will be.
136 hours. All right. Well, I look at my watch. I'm like, well,
You still
I
feel
guess
a little bit groggy. You
say
feel
I'll
like
be
you'll sit here
ready
for,
in a couple hours.
You feel like you'll be ready to do some piloting here, probably. A couple hours, yeah. Totally.
Okay.
Take your time.
Um,
I'm going to bed now.
I'll yes, get some sleep. I'll read over this report in full.
Right.
And
Before you guys turn away from each other, mid conversation though, the little light appears on the dash there, right next to you, marking that passenger deck is hailing down. It is from Joseph Wells' room that you can see which room it's from.
I'll get that.
We couldn't hear what you said.
Thank you,
but,
stay early.
Hello.
Hey, I ate a lot of the food and we cleaned everything up and everybody went to bed, I think. So I was gonna do that too, and then I remembered this older guy. He wanted me to, I think, give you this. So, how do I give this to you?
I'll be right there.
Can you make some more of that food that you made earlier, though, please?
Sure thing.
Thank you. And it cuts out.
Oh God.
Passengers, am I right? I'll just leave.
He says to the camera.
All right, you leave to go to do that. A little bit of time passes by. We'll push it to 1040. Ryder, if you want to make a skill check, you can mechanically without any negatives now.
A skill check, so
If you want to
gonna
pilot, you can, is what I'm saying.
start taking off towards the gas giant.
Gas giant. Yeah.
All right, so this is not a particularly difficult roll because you're already in system. I just need... I mean, he already did the astrogation for it, so all I need is the pilot check. So pilot spacecraft, and it just needs to be dexterity. Or no, this is this is not a fight one. Sorry, this is the int one. And it's just 6. Okay, +5 effect, and you managed to cut off a little bit of time on that journey. You think that managing the gravity in the system a bit, you're able to manage the interplanetary medium of the system to such a degree, kind of following a path that's already been cleared from it by solar winds, and slip your way there. You'll be there in 130 hours, so 6 hours early. Okay. Well, no, 131 hours because it's 5 effect.
Okay.
With that, we'll cut to. Well, if there's anything you want to do before that, go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna increase the fee since we got there quicker on all the passengers.
Increase the fee of giving them their money back. Okay. All right. So then we'll cut to State Rulia, who was going up top. So annoying that I have to do that now. I wish they would fix that. All right. You can see. Oh yeah, they should be closed now. These are all closed. Okay. You come up. The place has been kind of cleaned up for the most part. All the bowls are neatly stacked, and everything like the dirty stuff is all set there on a tray, which they used to do, but not quite this neatly. But Wells used to do it a lot. Like he would used to be like the only person who would do it, but it seems like everybody's kind of participating in that a bit this time. The door to Wells's, or Joseph, I should say, stateroom hangs open. You can see him inside there, still in these clothes, though it seems that he has altered them a bit. You can see a bit of loose fabric laying on the ground, and he has cut the pants off to make a pair of shorts that come right around his knee, or just below his knee. And then the shirt, he's basically unaltered. It's still way too big for him, but he's cut the bottom of it off a little bit. He's got part of that tucked into these big baggy shorts. The sleeves on the shirt are just rolled way up. But so they kind of form these like poofs at the end of each of his forearm that are way too big. So it has this reminiscent, it's almost like a comedic like pirate outfit, the way it looks on him. So loose. And he holds in his hands, you can see in the back the chest that he brought on board with him, open. Inside of it, a few bits of clothes and stuff as well. And those are just like scattered about, kind of like he went through there like looking for whatever he had or whatever. And there's a depression there in the middle of it that kind of looks like heavily set. And in his hands, matching the sort of ovular shape of that depression, are these 3 silvery colored carapaces. It says, and I think he told me to give them to you.
Oh.
Okay.
Kitty.
Kitty cat. Oh,
Blink.
Yeah, it's a blink
Cheshire
cat. All right.
I'll accept them.
Okay, I don't really understand what he meant, but I think he said it's worth about $1 million.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Did you need anything else, Joseph?
Just some more of the food.
All right, I can do that.
Okay, hey, are you my parents?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm
Get
dead.
us more carapaces and we'll be your parents.
So he follows you once again as you go off and cook the food. He asks a few more innocuous questions. You serve him this meal once again. All of the rest of the passengers away in their cabins doing whatever they are. You do hear a few like video playing through the doors, so it's not like they're just in there in zombie form or something. They do seem pretty quiet.
It's a funny thing for you to say.
He sits there and eats this meal kind of with you. You sit down for a moment with him, talking with him as he asks you a few questions, just innocuous things about like what different things are. But you do notice that none of the things that he asked about are questions that Wells already asked in his stage of asking what's this, etc. He goes through a bit of that, but he does it with more tact than you would expect Wells to do. He eats a few more bowls of the food that you provide, not a crazy amount, neatly stacking them all and sliding them over to you. Well, I'm glad you're here anyway. I'm gonna go home now. And he walks back into his stateroom.
Home.
Closes the door behind him.
From another dimension, bro.
Okay.
Is this a different one?
You kind of stand there looking in confusion at this closed door, holding these 2 carapaces in your hand as you kind of walked him up to his door. Shrug a bit. And that's where we're going to end our session.
All
right.
Well, are we rich now? Can we pay off our ship with that
I
million?
mean, we're
No.
a little bit less in debt.
The ship is 80 million.
So we need 80 more carapaces.
Those 3 said
Well,
were worth about $1 million.
Damn it.
That's all of them. That's every one of them. So, yeah.
That exists in the world.
That you know of, yeah.
Man, this
We
is
only need
interesting.
240
This motherfucker.
more.
God, I wanted to fucking... I want to publish a motherfucking another paper.
You still might be able to. So, that's the end of the session, everybody. Thanks for coming out and watching. We're going to do favorite moments real quick, and then we'll roll on into credits. That was a really fun session. It was a little late for some of us here that are all the way on the east coast of the U.S., so we won't make this too long. But who wants to start with favorite moments? I guess I can if you want. I really liked when Dixon had the explosion and the way he reacted to that. He just started calling everybody. It was like so resigned. I also really liked your scene in the corridor with like Roman and Dixon like freaking out a little bit, kind of like not arguing, but like not fighting with each other, but kind of just like both of you screaming like it was sort of you both running around, like terrified in a way, sort of trying to figure out what to make of the situation for a moment, and then trying to come to terms with it in two completely different ways.
Yeah.
which I thought was pretty cool. But yeah, so if either one of you two want to chime in.
Yeah, I did like that. I think that's kind of the way I deal with things as a person, and then and then as a player, I'm often rambling about different ideas or theories, but it was good to actually have it like in role-playing form to actually have some good like back and forth of yeah, it's on my list. I imagine I'll wake up and potentially apologize to the doctor about being a little short with them, but that was kind of like, I mean, it's kind of in character, so like, like
it was so,
because again, it's like, yeah, I mean, I just don't even really care about your sons right now.
No, it was.
You're like
I thought that came across so.
Guy. Yeah.
It came.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
that
been
came
like going
across
up and down the
so
lift
well,
like
dude.
all day, like just like I'm like up to the top.
Your
Let's
exhaustion
go
in that
back
moment.
and hope not to get ambushed by an alien again out of the cargo hold.
This is his day from hell. He woke up in his underwear and chasing down aliens,
yes,
and like
yes.
this is the same day he's been for him,
Yeah.
right? He's been awake since then for like 40 hours.
Yeah, definitely the exhaustion was coming through in that moment, and I think it was so cool because, like you said, like we were both coming from where our characters were coming from, like the way that they like see the world, basically, and like this was one of those moments that I knew was going to be so great about me and Dixon's personality types, because we are very similar, but when it comes down to it, we are. I think I said it to you. Roman is more of a idealist, I think, and Dixon is a realist.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
And that's what it comes down to all the time, no matter what. In the end, for certain things. And so that was such a pure moment of that. I felt like it was so good. It was so good.
Opposite sides of the same coin, kind of. Right?
Yeah. That's trying to make each other see that both sides. Yeah, both sides are right. That was the greatest thing about it, right? Like
that was really cool. What about you, State Rulia? Anything interesting? Well, Psycho Cough, not State Rulia, but anything interesting that stood out to you? Any favorite moments? Or like, what was your favorite moment, basically, of the session?
Exiting jump space and finding out that we're way off course, and just the whole having to deal with that, and like we'll toss out the old playbook and have to rewrite a new one. Like, oh man,
after all this shit already too, right?
Yeah, especially with your impromptu meeting on the bridge and wheeling Ryder in there. That was really good. And at this meeting, like, fuck, shit just keeps happening, right? Over and over and over. This big,
in this one jump.
Yeah. What a shit show this
our
jump has been.
First jump. It's just like, oh man, owning a ship's rough.
Yeah. The last ship was trying to kill you with radiation poisoning every jump. And then this one, on your first jump, you end up 25 parsecs away. It's just a really powerful jump drive. That's what it is. It's a jump 25.
Right. People would pay a lot of money for that kind of travel. You made it 26 possible. Fucking hexes in a week, people. Be grateful.
Be grateful. It's true. Yeah, that was really good. Ryder, or you did it again, damn it. Magcal, what was your favorite moment of the session? I know you've been down for the last 2 sessions almost.
Getting
because
out
you've
of
been so
bed.
injured. Okay. That's pretty good. Yep, you did manage to get out of bed. You even got to drink your coffee and make a flight check there at the end. Which unfortunate.
Yep.
You were injured that whole time. You did get to get some
Got to
role playing
take a
in there in the
shower.
meeting and stuff. That was cool.
I thought you did really well from considering like your role
I
play
did too.
from a hospital bed. I thought you handled that
Yeah.
situation like fucking awesome.
I also liked how you guys kept putting stuff up on the screen and he could comment on things and stuff. I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
And you would keep bringing him things and then be like, "Oh yeah, the captain's on morphine right now. Let's ask him later." Stuff like that.
That's a
pretty good.
shit show. We're so short staffed. It's just like
I know.
Yeah,
it's
you're super
ridiculous.
short
it's
staffed.
like keeping people informed, and we don't all have like comms. It's like
It's just made it so much more difficult. Like,
Right.
Yep.
it's like in a horror movie. It's like, why don't they just use their cell phone and call for help?
right. But you're trying to solve this like pretty like sophisticated puzzle,
Yeah.
right? So it's just like I need to know the facts, and it's like, did I have time to even tell you the facts? I don't know. But I think specifically the countdown was a cool moment, like when the timer went past and
Yeah.
like
Oh, flip to
started
negatives.
counting down like that.
Yeah.
Even more so than when
Right.
we actually emerged. It was just like you imagine like probably like every future movie and stuff in this universe, like that like thing must be so
Nerve-wracking.
terrifying. Just
Yeah.
like boom, you're in
Oh fuck, we missed our
Negatives.
jump.
shit.
What's happening
Yes,
now?
like
right?
that is
Yeah.
like gotta be this
Like you're
huge-
paying
Yeah.
attention, but you're like not.
Just-
You're like, okay, I'm not gonna panic until 30 minutes, right? Like,
well, right, but like yeah, this super tense.
well, you're still looking at it, right? Like you're still like, all right, that's weird.
Fills you with existential dread a little bit. It's kind of
Yeah.
because you don't
Can't
really
help but
know
think.
what's going on. There's so much unknown in that moment. There's a lot of tension.
just
embedded
just
in it.
fear, just like you're about to.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I didn't know.
it's like-
I was as a GM even like, well, this could be the end of this group of people, I guess, and we'll have to figure out a whole new ship and everything. But
A few seconds pass, and you're like, that's not bad. Then a few minutes pass, and you're like,
Right.
that's not bad.
Not bad.
Like 10, 20 minutes goes by, it's like, that's not that bad.
Dude, imagine
Yeah.
a day.
It just
Holy
keeps getting
shit.
worse.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh no.
well, luckily I didn't.
Man.
Luckily I didn't roll that one where it's just like you don't exit for like 100 years
I'm
or
out.
whatever.
Man.
And then because I don't know how long I would have as a GM been like, well, let's see how long you guys can survive in jump space.
Right.
It's like time.
How much food did you buy, Starulia? I would
Yeah,
probably be
that's
like, I would
literally
probably
what
be
it comes down
like,
to.
well, these guys stay in jump drive, and I would probably skip it to the end of that and show like your last moments of starvation on board
Yeah.
the ship or something. And that would have been the TPK. But we didn't get there, thankfully. These guys actually survived by the skin of their teeth once again. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for playing, CoFH RPG members. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much, everybody out there, for participating. Thanks, Dreaded GM, for showing up. Really cool to see you there. Everybody else, Deegan, all the followers we got, the raid from Crit Ribbit, I believe it was, yeah.
Oh,
And the additional
Thanks for the
2 follows, as well as Gerbil and Lunatic here, our regulars. Really appreciate that. And Lunatic, thanks so much for giving one of our players a boon. He'll definitely use that soon.
Yeah, that
So,
will not go wasted for sure.
Good episode, everybody. That was really fun.
Yeah, that was fun. One.
Oh yeah.
We'll see you guys next
Good
week.
shit. Thanks for hanging out, everybody.
Absolutely.